So you can start.
So on behalf of PRF West Bengal, under the Aegis of Association of Physicians of India West Bengal branch, we are really delighted to have you all in today's online workshop on good clinical practice. And I think we are really privileged to have with us our mentor, our guide, Professor Jyotirmoy Pal, sir, who needs no introduction. Sir is the President of Association of Physicians of India. So may I now request Professor Jyotirmoy Pal, sir, to inaugurate today's workshop on good clinical practice. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. I welcome all the delegates, students who joined the course of good clinical practice organized by Physician Research Foundation, West Bengal branch under API, West Bengal. The day I take the chair of the President API and Dr. Muruganathan as the Director, Physician Research Foundation, we decided that research is our priority. If you go to abroad, Indian doctors, students are highly appreciated for their clinical skill and teachers for the clinical teaching. But in one aspect, India lags behind, that is the research. Because of the huge patient load, maybe some lack of infrastructure, our research avenues or the interest among the doctors not very high. So we decided first we should create or generate interest among the youngster so that in future they at least they can spend 10% of their time for the research, and at least after maybe after 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, that there will be reversal of the scenario. Now India makes its guideline based on the Western data. They may come when the Western countries will make the guideline based on the Indian data, and that is our dream. To fulfill this dream, first we learn the methodologies, and GCP training is very mandatory because how we'll proceed, we should know the pathways, then we can work only. So GCP training, then the classes on the medical statistics, then research methodology, and finally how to write the articles, publication. I told Dr. Shambhu Samazdar, he is a youngster, very energetic. He is convener of our PRF wing West Bengal. I asked this course periodically. Single course is not enough. So periodically you conduct these courses so that our youngster become a very good researchers, and our aim and dream will be fulfilled in near future. So thank you. Over to Dr. Shambhu. Please proceed. I wish all success of today's webinar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your blessings and your wisdom. And now we have with us Professor Partho Sarkar, the chairman of Association of Physicians of India West Bengal branch. So now may I request Professor Partho Sarkar, sir, kindly give your valuable address.
Thank you, Shambhu, for inviting me to address this very important training program, GCP. I am proud that as a chairman of the API state chapter, we have started our PRF forum in 24th July, August. We have started this thing, and with your active participation and as a convener of this PRF and also Dr. Uttam Pal, we have formulated the different program that in future we'll undertake. And to begin with, you are doing this GCP, good clinical practice, which is a basic necessity to undergo any clinical trials. Basically, GCP has to be learned by all the researchers who want to do research, because this is the set of international guidelines to have a very safe and integrity of the clinical trial. And these GCP also take care of the participants' privacy and safety. And GCP is also very important regarding the data integrity, informed consent, then mainly the ethical issues of participants' dignity and rights. So all these things a researcher must know before doing a research, along with very important second point, before undertaking any research activity, we must know the risk-benefit ratio. Only if benefit is there and risk is lesser than the benefit, then that should be undertaken. And there should not be, we cannot do, if we cannot do any benefit to the patient, we cannot do any harm. So you have to select those things. So there are 10 or 12 basic principles. Out of them, mainly the ethical issues, safety, informed consent, integrity of data. These are very important things. I think the speakers afterwards will discuss in details about this. I wish West Bengal chapter is first. I think first 2 or 3 states have just started the PRF at state chapter. We are one of them. I am very happy that our PRF members, mainly the secretary chairman, is very active to take different programs. And I hope all the success of this program. We have already registered almost nearly 500 delegates have registered. So it's a very good beginning. I wish all success of this program. Thank you. Over to Shambhu.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind introduction and your all guidance always. And I think due to some technical glitch, our PRF chairman, Professor Uttam Pal, cannot be joined. We will wait for a few minutes. But before that, may I address all the respected delegates who are attending today's program.
Dr. Muruganathan has not joined?
No, there is some issues in his devices. So we can wait for them, and also we are waiting for Professor Nandini Kumar, also the president of FARSI, Forum of Ethics Review Committee of India. So she also trying to join. But the thing is that as it is almost 1:40, within 5 minutes, all the respected delegates, you will receive one Google form that is a link for pre-test questionnaire. So there will be 10 questions. I am requesting you all, please give your answer in that through that Google form. And because you know that GCP certification workshop is a serious workshop, we need the pre-test and post-test question submission appropriately. Very soon, the Clarnet team will provide their through their mail IDs and through also this channel via their channel the link for pre-test questions. So please submit your pre-test, and with that we will wait for maybe a few minutes for our other respected dignitaries, and then we'll start the scientific session straight away from 2 p.m. So please wait and be prepared for the pre-test question. So Team Clarnet, I am requesting you to submit the pre-test question.
Yes, sir.
by another 5 minutes.
Sure.
To all the delegates who had registered, please submit pre-test question. So we are really delighted to have with us Professor Uttam Kumar Pal, sir. Professor Uttam Kumar Pal, currently the chairman of PRF West Bengal branch. So welcome, sir. And we are waiting for your welcome address, sir.
Thank you. This is our first initiative for the Good Clinical Practice, GCP. This GCP certificate is required for all the PGTs for their university examination. Welcome all in this session. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. One thing I just want to ask you, because I think we have a little bit more time also, because from the field of internal medicine, you were one of the person who had a huge experiences with qualitative research. So can you tell us very quickly, briefly, what are the very important ethical issues? Because that is something we cannot have the opportunity to understand in our day-to-day GCP workshops. But as we have you as our chairperson also, chairman also PRF. So can you please little bit tell us about the ethical aspects of qualitative research?
Regarding two types of research are there. One is quantitative and one is qualitative. In qualitative research, we actually accept the patient's experiences, their views, their perceptions like this. Here only what they are saying. We are there seeing what are the result of their speech, what is the result of their experiences, what are the result about their views. Usually we take this. Regarding all types of research, ethical principles are all same. That is beneficence, non-maleficence, respect, trust, all these things. And anonymity must be there. So regarding ethical aspect of qualitative research, it is not any different issue. It is the same issue like that of any type of research. This much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think you had clearly mentioned, because as in the qualitative research, we will need to do some focus group discussion. So the anonymity is very important. We need to take care of those issues, especially while we are recording those interviews and we are
And one
keeping
thing
them in
that is
our archive.
informed consent also. Informed
Yes.
consent must be taken.
Yes. So thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you, Shambhu.
Once again, Professor Uttam Kumar Pal, sir, for your kind presence. Now, may I request our Clarnet team to proceed for the pre-test question, and please give that Google form to all our delegates, and then at 2 p.m. Please start the first presentation.
All right, sir.
So, dear delegates, please be prepared for our pre-test question. There will be 10 questions. You will get 5 to 10 minutes time. Please submit your responses. Thank you. I hope all of you have received the pre-test questions through mail and through the this link also. So, and we can wait for another 2 or 3 minutes. Then we'll start today's sessions. So, Team Clarinet, hopefully you had also shared the link to this delegate link also.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, as it is almost 10 minutes past from the pre-test question, so I request you all to submit it. And now we'll start today's technical session. So, Team Clarinet, may I now request you start the technical session. Please proceed.
Sure, sir. So now I would like to invite Dr. Shambhu Samasda sir. He will be the first speaker of today's session. And sir holds degrees in MBBS, MD, DM in clinical pharmacology, PGDIP Endo and Diabetes, RCP from UK, Diploma Allergy Asthma Immunology Gold Medalist, Fellowship in Respiratory and Critical Care, Fellow of Allergy Asthma Specialist Course, Sir is General Secretary of IPS West Bengal. Yes.
May I want, yeah. So thank
Sure.
you for just, we are really privileged to have with us now Professor Nandini Kumar, Madam. Madam, welcome. As we are really proud to have you with us, and Professor Nandini Kumar, Madam is currently the President of FARSI, Forum of Ethics Review Committee of India. And we can say Madam is mother figure in the field of research ethics in India. We are really thankful, Madam, that you gave your time for us. May I now request you to please address our delegates who are attending today's GCP workshop with your wisdom.
Thank you, Dr. Shambhu, for introducing me. GCP, of course, is a very important aspect, not only for those who are actually involved in interventional studies, but also outside that. And this, the latest revision of good clinical practice, of course, it has to be called good clinical research practice, but we all know that it is a short form GCP. We all know now with the latest revision also that the burden is now shifted to many stakeholders. So it is important to know what are the changes and what is the latest in the scenario. And I wish you all a successful program today. And I'm sure there are good speakers there. I'm sure that you'll benefit from that. Over to you, Shambhu.
Thank you, madam. And I also request you during our panel discussion, if you also stay with us, because we also have the Professor Shantanu Kumar Tripathi sir at that time. And we'll be really delighted to have you, because our delegates who are there, they can ask question to you. So I request you at the time of panel discussion around 5:30 p.m. Please
Yeah,
be with.
yeah, I'll try to sit through. I'm having some connection problems. So,
Okay.
uh, as long as I have no problems, I'll be there.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Now we will start today's technical session. May I request the team Klarnet to start my presentation, please?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Good afternoon. Welcome you all to today's workshop on good clinical practice. At the onset, I want to thank Association of Physicians of India West Bengal branch to provide us this opportunity to present this very important workshop under the banner of PRF West Bengal branch. And we are really thankful to Professor Jyotirmoy Pal, our President, Association of Physicians of India, for being always with us, guiding us. And I think this good clinical practice guideline is very crucial for all of us, especially when we talk about clinical research. There is no alternative to good clinical practice. So today we will discuss about this 4 agenda for next 30 minutes. We'll try to understand the definition of GCP, the history behind GCP, evolution, principles of GCP, and finally, we'll also discuss one case study. To define GCP, first of all, we need to remember it is good clinical research practice. The R is missing in GCP, but actually, this is the standard for different aspect of clinical trial. It could be designing, conducting, performing, monitoring, auditing, recording, analyzing, and reporting. And this provides assurance, 2 assurances. One, the data and reported results are credible and accurate. 2, the rights, integrity, and confidentiality of the trial subject should be protected. So with this standard, with this GCP, good clinical practice, which is a standard for different parts of clinical trials, giving us 2 assurance. One, the data and reported results are credible and accurate. And 2, the rights, integrity, and confidentiality of the trial subjects are protected. So this is according to ICH E6. We will try to understand what is ICH, what is E6 later. But WHO in 1995 also defined GCP, which is not that popular like what just now we had discussed about GCP definition. So according to WHO, this is a standard for clinical studies. So I say GCP is telling about clinical trial standard, but actually WHO GCP was a little bit broadened. All clinical studies, be it clinical trials or even it other observational studies. Basic issue is same. This standard should encompasses the design, conduct, monitoring, termination, audit, analysis, reporting, and documentation of the studies, and which ensures that the study should be scientifically sound
and ethically sound. So sometimes it is very important because when we talk about scientifically sound, automatically it should be ethically sound. Bad science is equal to bad ethics. We need to remember. So it is about clinical properties of the pharmaceutical product. It could be diagnostic, therapeutic, or prophylactic under investigation. Again, they should be properly documented. So documentation is again an important part of GCP. We need to remember. So why GCP is important? So when we talk about good clinical practice, there is two parts if we think: quality data, data quality, and ethics. And here, when we talk about ethics, it is about the rights, integrity, and confidentiality of trial subjects that should be protected. According to the quality data, what we understand, this is about the data and reported results. They should be credible and accurate. So now if we want to summarize the purpose of GCP, why GCP is important, we have two aims. Number one, the data and reported results should be credible and accurate. Number two, rights, integrity, and confidentiality of trial subjects should be protected. Now the little bit about history. Why history is important? Because we know with each stroke of hammer in the patellar tendon, we'll have the knee-jerk response. And with these all atrocities, we got certain ethical principles, be it Nazi war crimes, be it Tuskegee syphilis trial, be it thalidomide disaster, Jewish chronic disease trial, the Willowbrook study, the Milgram study. End result, yes, those are very, we do not want this type of events to be repeated, but with these events, we got something which is good for mankind and for the history of clinical research. The thing is that everything looks good, it's not actually good. What is happening behind the wall is very important. So here at the Willowbrook School, we can see here, just hold on, I hope my arrows are visible. So this is the Willowbrook School, which is generally they are having the mentally disabled students. What they do, they had allowed the hepatitis A to be sprayed amongst the students, and without offering any treatment, they just see the natural history of hepatitis A, which is totally, there is no word to say. So the concept of vulnerability first arises here. And now if we can go through this picture where some black prisoners, they had been injected here. Actually, they were suffering from syphilis, but they do not get penicillin because the experimenter, the researcher, want to see the natural history of syphilis. Again, the vulnerable population, and they're being exposed with some disease, and they had been utilized to see the natural course of the disease progression. And here we can see the Nazi war prisoners, they had been exposed to the extreme of temperatures, be it cold or be it hot, just to check their physiological changes. Now we can see this beautiful girl, Focomelia patient. And here we can see the William McBride, the Austrian physician, he had first time noticed these cases of thalidomide disaster and reported and saved mankind from further disasters. And here the lady, Frances Kelsey from US, awarded for the highest civilian award. She was taking the highest civilian award from then President Kennedy. Why? Because she had stopped the entry of thalidomide in US market. She had noticed something from the animal studies of thalidomide and which had raised some questions, and she had stopped the entry of thalidomide in US and saved a lot of American mothers from this disaster. So that's why she had been awarded. But what happened then? More stringent regulations that had been adopted by FDA, the US government, and there was a landmark amendment, Kefauver-Harris amendment, which had been done, and they had make a mandatory scrutiny for all the new drugs. Here we can see the Milgram study, which actually faked the test subject. So the transparency was not there with the subject. The information was not appropriately spread to the subject. This is again continuation with the Tuskegee syphilis trial, the Guatemala syphilis experiments from 1946 to 1948, almost 1,500 participants, not published. The grant funded by US NIH, just imagine. Researchers paid prostitutes infected with syphilis to have sex with prisoners, the female sex workers, prisoners, some soldiers, and mental hospital patients. They were the subjects. So 1948, the experiment had been finished, and US issued apology in 2010. Similarly, if we go back to the Tuskegee syphilis trial, so almost 20-30 years after, Bill Clinton mentioned this from the White House. Ultimately, they say sorry. So with all these hit, with all these atrocities, the knee-jerk reactions happened. We got different ethical principles, be it Nuremberg Code in 1949, after that Nazi war crimes, then Declaration of Helsinki in 1964, the Belmont Report in 1979, Council for International Organizations of Medical Sciences 1993. This Belmont Report is very important, which had three pillars, important pillars. Number one, respect for person, the autonomy, and especially special protection to the vulnerable population, those with diminished autonomy. Then beneficiaries, means maximizing the possible benefits and minimizing the possible harm. Non-maleficents, no harm. And then justice, equitable distribution of getting selected for the sharing of benefit and burden of medical research, evenly distribution of that. So subjects selected should be selected fairly to ensure that the benefits and burdens of medical research are evenly distributed. Now we'll discuss about 13 principles. Before that, we need to remember these three cardinal principles again and again, because they are the heart of good clinical practice guideline. Even today's medical practice, there's three cardinal principles we need to follow as a practitioner: autonomy, beneficence, and justice. Our aim should be maximizing the possible benefits and minimizing the possible harms. So what is autonomy? Each person should be given the respect, time, and opportunity necessary to make his or her own decisions. So we'll learn about informed consent in details from Dr. Pradeep Narayan. So sir will tell about details about the ICD, the informed consent process. So autonomy is very important, cardinal principles. Next, beneficence. It obligates the researcher to secure the well-being of all study participants. And then justice. Yes, it is a difficult and complex ethical issue, but our attempt should be made to distribute the risk and benefits fairly and without bias. Again and again, equitable distribution. Who should bear the risk of a study and who should receive its benefits? Participants should not be selected due to class, socioeconomic status, or race, unless justified by study objectives. Few years back, I had seen one pharmacogenomic study which had been done for sulfonylureas, and they had selected Bengali Brahmin population. So they had justified why they select the Bengali Brahmin population as a study subjects. So that is important. Otherwise, if there is no justification, we cannot select participants due to depending on the class, depending on the socioeconomic status, or any race. Now coming to 1990s, which is also known as the decade of harmonization. The first time this meeting happened in Brussels. What is ICH? The full form. I think this is a very important MCQ question again. What is ICH? International Conference on Harmonization. So, International Conference on Harmonization of Technical Requirements for Registration of Pharmaceuticals for Human Use. So, primary participants were US, European Union, Japan. There were regulatory and industry representatives. Canada, Australia, Nordic countries, they had played the role of observer. WHO acted as facilitator. What were the ICH topics? Q for quality, S for safety, E for efficacy, and M for multidisciplinary. And now again, if we revisit the definition of GCP, there we had found ICH E6. So when we talk about GCP, it comes under the efficacy part, efficacy domain, and 6. So E6. So this is why it was written as E6. So ICH GCP E6. These are the different parts of that GCP. ICH GCP starts with glossary, principles, the roles of ethical committee, how it should be formulated, role of investigators, sponsors, how protocol should be prepared, how investigators' brochure should be prepared, what are the different essential documents. I request all of you who are interested, please go through the ICH GCP E6 document. This is easily downloadable, so you will get an idea. Now coming to the 13 core principles of GCP. We need to remember it as clinical researcher. We need to remember it as ethics committee member. Each research proposal should be scrutinized with these 13 magnifying glasses. After that, we can pass the proposal. Number 1, ethical conduct. Number 2, risk-benefit assessment. Number 3, subjects over science and society. Number 4, adequacy of the pre-existing information. Number 5, scientific validity. Number 6, independent review. Number 7, medically qualified care. Number 8, trained and experienced personnel. Number 9, informed consent. Number 10, efficiency of information handling. Number 11, confidentiality. Number 12, drug accountability. And finally, number 13, quality through systems and procedures. Now, one by one. So when you talk about GCP principle 1, it is about the ethical conduct. So according to the Declaration of Helsinki, according to the ethical principles, as we had mentioned, autonomy, beneficence, and justice, all the clinical trials should be conducted. When we talk about risk-benefit assessment, the second principle, before initiating a trial, we need to weigh the foreseeable risk and inconveniences against the anticipated benefit for the individual trial and subject and society. Then we need to initiate and continue only if the anticipated benefit justify the risk. So that is very important. So that is why a risk-benefit assessment needs to be done, and that also depends on the timing, at what time we are doing clinical trial. Now, the third principle, subject over science and society. It is not like that I need to bring a fantastic COVID vaccine to save the humanity, and that is why I am going to do anything with the participant. No, not at all, because the subject's right is over the science and society. Each subject, each patient, each participant, they are important. The rights, safety, and well-being of the trial subjects are the most important considerations and should prevail over the interest of science and society. Coming to the principle 4, the adequacy of the pre-existing information. So if I am scrutinizing a phase 3 clinical trial, it is our duty to go through the data of phase 2 or phase 1 clinical trial or non-clinical trials. So the available non-clinical and clinical information on an investigational product should be adequate to support the proposed clinical trial. The fifth principle, the scientific validity. As we had mentioned, bad science is equal to bad ethics. The ethics is 0 with bad science. So clinical trials should be scientifically sound and described in a clear, detailed protocol. When you talk about principle 6, the independent review, a trial should be conducted in compliance with the protocol that has received prior institutional review board or independent ethics committee approval or favorable opinion. So that is why we are submitting our protocol to independent ethics committee or institutional review board, and their members are trying to scrutinize our proposal. The seventh principle, the medical care given to and medical decisions made on behalf of subjects should always be responsibility of a qualified physician, or when it is a dental trial, and that's time the qualified dentist. So the qualification of the physician is also important. It is not like that I am participating in a clinical trial, so I do not have any right to get the treatment. So the medically qualified care with the appropriate physician need to be continued. The training, the principle number 8, trained and experienced personnel. Each individual involved in conducting a trial should be qualified by education, training, and experience to perform his or her respective task. And that is why the documentation also important, and most of us Today we are participating in this workshop. One of our aim is to get the certificate. Of course, we all get the certificate, but my request is please be careful while filling the Google form, especially for the pre and post test questions. So to satisfy this principle number 8, one of the recommendation is we should have the GCP certification to become a principal investigator or being a part of an investigation team or even part of ethics committee. Informed consent is the principle number 9. So freely given informed consent should be obtained from every subject prior to clinical trial participation. Efficiency of information handling. So here we need to give emphasis on the data credibility part, and all clinical trial information should be recorded, handled, and stored in a way that allows its accurate reporting, interpretation, and verification. The 11th principle is confidentiality. The confidentiality of records that could identify subjects should be protected, respecting the privacy and confidentiality rules in accordance with the applicable regulatory requirements. So the confidentiality is again an important part of GCP. So when we talk about drug accountability, there is another guideline which is important while conducting clinical trial, that is GMP, good manufacturing practice. So in this principle of GCP, the 12th principle of GCP, both GCP and GMP submerges. So in fact, investigational products should be manufactured, handled, and stored in accordance with applicable good manufacturing practice, and they should be used in accordance with the approved protocol. So again, this is an important part. And principle number 13, the final principle, which tells us about quality through systems and procedures. So quality assurance. So systems with procedures that assure the quality of every aspect of the trial that should be implemented, aspects of the trial that are essential to ensure human subject protection and reliability of the trial results should be the focus of this quality assessment or assurance system. Now we'll discuss one case study quickly. Let's start. You have noticed that in the rural part of your state, there seems to be an excessive amounts of bronze disease among Adivasi farm workers. You suspect that an exposure to the Mycobacterius aureus, which is found in the crops in your state, is responsible for this outbreak of bronze disease. You develop an antibiotic regimen that is highly effective for that Mycobacterius aureus, and now want to conduct a placebo-controlled trial to treat this patient. So you develop an informed consent in local language that has been approved by IRB. You hire interpreter to help with the informed consent. Now enrollment started. You were amazed that everyone asked to enroll is agreeable. It is 100% enrollment. Now, an interim analysis done at 6 months, and that results are not what was expected. So you became very sad. And while walking through one of the farm worker housing units, what you had found, you noted a box with 100 vials of your carefully labeled study medication. And none of these seals have been broken on the vials. So you find that the study subjects all signed on to the study because they thought their job was in jeopardy if they did not participate. So the interpreter did not explain what the trial was about, and to your dismay, the subjects did not read the informed consent to literacy issues. So what was good in this case? Yes, obviously, there is something sound scientific reasoning for this trial. They took the IRB approval before initiation. The informed consent was translated into local language, and you had also hired the interpreter. But problem, why it went wrong? What are the important principles from where this case actually deviated from the GCP? Yes, the informed consent was not informed. And these are the vulnerable population. We need to be extra careful while taking the informed consent because they have a potential for coercion. And the translator not qualified to perform his or her task. So the 13th principle, overall quality assurance assessment, we need to be very cautious about that. So finally, to summarize, when you talk about ethics, good clinical practice, what we believe is a multiplied product of 2M. I'm not talking about money here. M means, 2M means, one is morality and another is materialism. And it's a multiplied product. Why multiplied? Because if for a particular research, the morality is 0, it could be a very high materialism. But ultimately, the end result, the ethics will be 0. Something multiplied by 0 is 0. Same thing. One research could be highly moral. You take all the care of your research participants. But the materialism, the science is 0. The protocol is nothing, that the rationale for that particular research is not that appropriate. So that also makes the ethics equal to 0, because the morality multiplied by something called 0 is equal to 0. So ethics will be 0. Now question arises. Yes, we can assess the materialism. There are multiple tools we have, multiple way by which we can understand whether I am talking a good science or bad science. But how we can understand morality? Is there any simple rule? I think yes. The Ved Vyas had written a beautiful sloka, Atmana Pratikulani Pareshuna Samachare. When Yudhishthir asked Vidura that how I can be a good king, so Vidur told to follow this principle, Atmana Pratikulani Pareshuna Samachare. That means do unto others what you would like others to do unto you. So being a researcher, just pick yourself and place yourself in the chair of the research participants and think what you are doing, whether it is actually right or wrong. You will get the answer. So thank you very much once again. So this was the first lecture. All the question answer will be discussed during the panel discussion. We have Professor Nandini Chatterjee Madam with us during the panel discussion. Madam will cover all the questions that had been asked, that will be asked by you. Please type your questions in the chat box. And now we'll move towards the next session. Once again, thank you all for your listening. And please fill the Google form, the pre-test and post-test, because that is very important for your certification. So thank you all.
So good afternoon once again. So now we will have our next session, and we are really delighted to have with us Dr. Sucheta Banerjee Kurundkar, Principal Scientist. Madam is a well-known figure in the field of bioethics. Currently, Madam is the Principal Scientist at Translational Health Science and Technology Institute. So welcome, Madam. Now this stage is yours.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, Madam.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Shambhu Samajdar and the entire team for inviting me. I hope my screen is visible. Is my screen visible?
Yes, Madam. Please make it full screen. Yeah, now it's full screen.
Yeah, thank you so much. From 1st January, actually, I have joined KAHIR, Kale Academy of Higher Education and Research, and has no more in DBT as on date. So I would like to thank Dr. Shambhu Shamajdar and the entire team for inviting me. I can see Nandini ma'am is also there. And in fact, this is my first session. I have spoken in maybe more than 250 GCP programs, but this is my first time I'm speaking about roles and responsibility of investigator. And I will speak from the perspective of NABH assessor or Sitkar FERCAP surveyor, as well as I'm a GCP auditor. So I also wanted to tell that whatever I am speaking is my personal opinion, and it must not be misconstrued as an endorsement by any organization that I represent. So I have been a clinical trial participant twice in my life, and I would love to become thrice. And I have seen investigator, and I have also seen from the other part of the table. This is an example of how things can go wrong if one of them makes a mistake. This is an example of a traffic jam, which always you will find that only one car or one truck broke down. So sirf ek banda kafi hai to make a mess of it. In 2012, when I joined Department of Biotechnology, that was the time when the clinical trial was undergoing a huge transformation, and I had the opportunity to work with all the people for national strengthening for GCP as well as ICMR, National Ethical Guidelines and NDCT rules, which came thereafter. I realized that what it matters is the quality. And we may have many investigators, but if you don't have a good investigator, just like the tire will not be able to work together. So what I learned is that the investigator is the one who is the busiest, and he doesn't have time. So he doesn't learn lessons at right time. And the problem happens when they go through the trial and they are the investigators and they are not learning, they are making those mistakes, actually has a serious repercussion on the trial. So very, very important to know that. Let me tell you 4 stories which are very close to my heart. I'm cognizant about time. Once I was, this is all my experience, real experience, but I will change the name and the place for the matter of I'll just, as a disclaimer I give for the privacy reason. Once I was auditing a site and it was an oncology trial and the IP had never reached there. And at the day of audit, they were in very troublesome mode, and they found that IP in some other country, in some other place. So that means the IP, the investigational product, which is supposed to be not being dispensed to a patient because it's not being licensed to sell, is now being illegally or smuggled to other country. Another story is that when I was doing an assessment, this was an accreditation related assessment, and I was going to an area which was not the purview of my going there. Just because it was a pre-lunch, post-lunch time, I was loitering around and I found a room locked. Because as curious as an auditors are, I just wanted to open the door. After a lot of resistance, the door was opened, and there were different boxes, and all the boxes has all those documents that were the real documents. And the documents which we are reviewing for the accreditations or assessments was actually a concocted documents. These stories tell me that at PI's end, there are a lot of ghapla or jugaad that happens, and it's very important that PI knows it. There are a lot of chances when PI makes mistake, and it is very important that they know that mistake can be made by anybody. It is that they should be aware and they should be able to repair those mistakes. Because if any of the PI or any of the investigator makes a mistake, it will represent all the investigators across India. And that was the serious issues why we had all those regulations being made stringent. An investigator was asked to make only, be enrolled only in 3 trials. There was a time where it was very strict things, and slowly it loosened up, because if you do anything, the nation wants to know. It is very important for all of us to remember this, is that RSW, that is the right, safety and well-being of all study participants. I hate to use the word subject. And the data that we generate are following those ALCOA, and these are the heart or left and right hand of GCP. The problem which happens to investigator is that investigator is very enthusiastic, and they ask for, they are very enthusiastic when they make sponsor, and they say, oh, we have 500 patients for a trial, and the sponsor recruits him or her as a principal investigator. But when there is an inclusion exclusion criteria, that 500 becomes 5 or maybe lesser. I will request all investigator and sponsors to do due diligence, just not become like the girl in US who married a boy from Bihar in a place called Jhumri Talaiya. Talaiya means pool, and the boy said, I have a pool. The boy was right. He was not telling lies, but the girl imagined or assumed that it was a swimming pool. It's very important also, investigators, when they sign all the documents, write on the documents, are very careful about their handwriting. If they cannot write good handwriting, they can buy a cursive writing. It is very important that the investigator reads the protocol. Many times during assessment, when we ask questions to the investigators, they actually call the CRO or the sponsor to answer the question, because like a husband, they know that making rice is 1 glass of rice and 3 glasses of water. They have not read the protocol. They have not read the investigator brochure, which is actually meant for them. This is just like the protocol is just like the face mask. They can use it in the way they want, because eyes are also a part of face and mouth is also a part of face, so they can put it anywhere. So protocols are also not followed. This is a big problem. Many times when I see during assessments, I find that people, that is investigators, follow the NDCT rules stringently. Just like during COVID time, we had this ek haath ki duri, and people used to follow this ek haath ki duri. You see that they're not sitting in the pink cross mark, but they're cuddling together otherwise, so it's very dangerous. Many times I have seen PIs following other PIs, like pushing this truck, and they don't plan it properly. So it's very important that they know that failing to plan is planning to fail. This results in investigators of different quality. The quality we want versus the quality we get to see. The problem is that we don't recruit competent personnel. Usually the investigator that we select are very good clinicians, very good surgeons, but they have not been handheld and not been trained to become a good investigator. That also requires some kind of allocation of time and energy towards it. In just investigator is a very responsible leader, a leader who knows that how to get things done and not fill up the bucket like this. There is a lot of problems when investigators are asked to follow SOPs, especially the protocol. And just like this boy who has written, do not write on the wall, he has written, okay, sir. That means while following it also is not following, and that becomes very difficult. So the crux that I found is training. You need to constantly and continuously train investigators and handhold them. And even after training, you will find that they behave from 1st January to 4th January. Within 4th January, the investigator goes into the same sleep mode, which the team, especially the monitor and the sponsor, sometimes the institution has taken a lot of efforts to train them. I see a lot of problems in many of the investigators who are even trained. They know what is wrong. They also know what is right. But the problem is when you audit them during assessment, they say, Mary Mercy, and that makes it very difficult for things to do. They also borrow SOP from other centers, whether it is multicentric trials or different places, and they forget that other centers' SOP is not their SOP. They fail to understand that a simple job of stepping the Lakshman Rekha also leads to Ramayana, and that is the best example of non-compliance. When I review through the documents which investigator has written themselves, I sometimes feel amused and I feel sometimes sorry, because they have not read what they have written and they have signed. Many times they sign without date. Any sign in clinical trial is SNDT. SNDT is sign, name, date, and signature. Without that, it is not valid. The biggest problem of investigator is assume and not ensuring. It's very important not to assume. Clinical trial is a very serious business, and it is matter of totality of responsibility and lot of accountability. You should move to assure, not assume. The problem again is that when they write a protocol, the protocol has been amended, so SOP has to be amended, and the SOP doesn't get amended. The SOP amended also has to have a training. So protocol amended training, SOP amended training, they never have the time and always have these various reasons of not being able to understand. And the problem happens when there are checks and balances, mainly monitoring and auditing, and it's very difficult sometimes to know what is faculty. So my request to all investigators is that please be very careful and ask yourself, do you believe you read? You got an investigator brochure, you got a protocol, you need to read it, you need to find the gaps, you need to address them. Much away before you are actually have embarked upon the study, you should do that, because sometimes whatever written is also not very correct, because यूक्रेन से मारे गए छात्र से प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने बात की. I do not know what technology we have that people who have died also our prime minister can speak. So it should be very, very careful. Also for the investigators, very important that they understand, do you believe what you see? Sometimes you have clinical trial team members, CRAs, CRCs, and whenever you work with CRCs, you trust them, and CRCs of course are very trustworthy, but you have to do an oversight. Otherwise, Kailash Hospital will look like Lash Hospital. Also very careful about what you're shown, because sometimes you're shown about a lot of things by your clinical research team members or sponsors, but that are not real. Both tiger and cat belongs to the same family, but they aren't the same. It's also very important to understand what you hear in the investigators meeting, what you hear in the ethics committees. These are very important, and be careful of what you hear. The most important is compliance, is when you hear and you follow, and that has to be as per the protocol, as per the GCP, as per the regulatory requirement, as per the ethical requirement, which you drill down and design your own SOP. Many times I've seen the investigator, when they submit documents, they forget many things, maybe by negligence, or maybe just common sense is not so common among common people. At any given time, for investigator, he or she is the first and the last contact of patient. The patient or the participant knows only investigators and not any one of them. So it's sacrosanct in nature and non-negotiable to and ensure that the rights, safety, and well-being, when I say well-being, it's a holistic well-being of all study participants, are well protected. The weakest link or kamzor kadi is in informed consent process and documentation, which are very poor by investigators. I will not say all the investigators, but I'll definitely say majority of the investigators. They are very poor in writing, and they do not have time for informed consent. Today, in the time of digitalization, it is very, very important that we digitalize. You have signed something, you immediately scan it. Even God is very advanced, and God also is getting digitalized. The crux is that when you work, immediately you document. It is very, very important. If you work now and document later, it is surely going to have a lot of non-compliances. If I read an Oxford dictionary, it tells you that investigator is the one who investigates. If I read the ICH E6R3 guideline, which is recently launched on 6 January 2025, it says about investigators' entire definition. It also tells about principal investigator when you have a team of members. It also tells you sub-investigators. Who are sub-investigators? Maybe your residents, maybe your associates, maybe the research fellow. It also gives a definition of coordinating investigator. Then if you're a multicentric trial, one person can be a coordinating investigator. It also gives a definition of sponsor investigators. Many times investigator-initiated research, it can be an academic trial, it can be a regulatory trial. The investigator can be a sponsor investigator. In just an investigator is like Ma Durga, or the goddesses, which has 10 hands and has lot of responsibility. As per R3, there are around 13 responsibilities, but n number of responsibilities are hidden within that. And the GCP has merged investigator with institutions in the R3, which makes it more and more important that the investigators remain attached to the institution. These are the 13 responsibilities which I will focus upon. And these are the key difference which ICH R2 has transformed to R3. In R3, you will find that the investigator responsibilities are very, very detailed, helping us to audit better. There is a lot of emphasis on training. The word training means the train has to move on. If the train stops, it goes to a locomotor shed. They've also emphasized on the qualification, the data integrity. There's a data governance, which now is a part of sponsor and investigators' responsibility. Of course, safety is always first, and how the investigators can be handheld or helped so that they can meet ethical and regulatory standards. These are the investigator responsibilities, which I will quickly go through. An investigator's responsibility, even after the trial has ended, has not ended, because investigator is the one who remains in touch before, during, and after the trial. he or she can delegate his or her responsibilities. But remember, the role can be delegated, but not the responsibilities. You can tell that my sub-investigator will do, my co-investigator will do, but if something goes wrong with the co-investigator and coordinating investigator or anybody sub-investigator, the principal investigator or the investigator who is delegated is responsible. To qualification, if you know that we have a policy of E square T, he or she educationally qualified, has an experience of conducting a trial, has been trained on protocol, GCP, regulation, ethics, is able to understand that the research will demand time and he is able to give time for patient care as well as research trials, and is not able to divert those either participants or his time attentions. Always remember that safety and efficacy, mainly the safety is paramount importance, and is aware about IP and the responsibilities comes with IP. This is most important that the protocol GCP is all can be merged together to form a standard operating procedure, and the standard operating procedure should be his or her own and not borrowed from others. Should allow monitoring and audit. Monitoring is quality control, audit is quality assurance, and inspection is always by regulatory authorities. The best place I see is the non-compliance is always delegation of responsibility. If time allows, I'll show you some examples of what I felt. These are some delegation log, which can give you an idea how you should write. These are some staff delegation log. I once was auditing and found that one staff was delegated and that staff was on maternity leave. If somebody is on a maternity leave, you cannot delegate that person because that person is already on the leave. You have to be very cognizant about this. The investigator also signs many agreements, bipartite, tripartite, mainly a part of tripartite, confidential agreement, financial agreement, independent indemnity agreements, and should be aware about the legal implications it puts on the responsibility of investigator. So if you're an investigator, if somebody aspires to be a good investigator, they should know that the life of pi, the life of a principal investigator, is as struggling as the life of pi in the film. They need to have a good team. They need to have some space, especially big problem in very heavily pressurized or highly pressurized tertiary cares or government hospitals. And the most crux is the time. They should be trained specifically on informed consent, IP administration, CRF filling up, how to ensure that the AE and SA reporting are strictly followed, inclusion and exclusion criteria. There are tons of stories of every audit that I have learned, but there were a lot of mistakes by experienced PIs. The medical care is the one which distinguishes an investigator from others. Whatever come, your patient and his or her health is of paramount importance. If something arises, you may decide to take out the patient out of the trial for safety reasons, and you have got all the right to do that. So at any given time, safety cannot be compromised. It is the investigator who also communicates with ethics committees, and it is so important that you understand the working of ethics committee and ethics committees. You're supporting each other for ensuring that the trials are conducted in most ethical manners. And if there are any mistakes, not to hide and discuss with the member secretary and chairperson and ensure that your mistakes are being corrected through corrective and preventive action. The biggest problem that I face during audits with investigators is that they don't document. They only write what has happened. My request to all investigators is to write what has happened and also write what did not happen, because human memory is very short-lived and you do not know what has happened 1 year ago exactly on a date. But if you write it and sign it with SNDT, you will be able to recall. Compliance with the protocol is the biggest problem monitors, auditors face, and when there is an assessment, assessors face. What is written, you don't follow. It's very important. Let me give an example of a dialogue by a film, in a film where Salman Khan says, "एक बार मैं बता देता हूँ, तो उसके बाद मैं अपना भी नहीं सुनता हूँ." Such should be the protocol compliance. Once you have written, you have to follow. And if you don't want to follow, you need to do a protocol amendment and not have protocol deviations. I see a lot of protocol violations, and that has not been taken care by that. Investigation and product is the total and sole responsibility of the investigator. As you know, that investigational investigator. So how it is dispensed, what is the temperature, what is the log, how do you do pill count? There are a lot of issues. Sometimes when we do assessments and we found huge number of cases, if time allows, I can do some case study on that. And sometimes the temperature are not being correctly mentioned. I can see from the signature that all were signed on one date. It's very, very, very easy for the assessors and auditors to catch hold of mistakes if you're writing all just before that. And this log also doesn't have a heading. You don't know which batch number, you don't know what is the protocol number. So blank things actually causes a lot of issues. Whenever you're doing randomization, blinding, unblinding, the investigator must be sure about what he or she is doing, notify the sponsor, and when required, to other stakeholders. When you have an enrollment log and you are blinding, it's very important that you don't interest of time. Informed consent to me is the kamzor kadi, or the weakest link, and a chain is as strong as its weakest link. If you are an investigator and you have not done the informed consent process and you have delegated that to somebody else, remember that if he or she makes a mistake, the entire responsibility falls on you. So if you're an investigator, I will request them to at least be involved during the informed consent process and understand that it is a process and not a one-time commitment of meeting the participant and taking his or her consent for the study. There are many elements of informed consent. Many of the people who are aware must be knowing that NDCT rules have written about it and the ICMR National Ethical Guidelines have written it. I'll again skip the case studies, records and reports. If you have documented and you are not able to prove, that means it was not done. So there's a formula called ALCOA-C, which is if your document, if you pick up any document and it is ALCOA-C, then that means the document is correct or record is correct. Was it accurate? Was it eligible? Was it written exactly when it happened? Was it the raw data? Because the data can be either raw or cooked, just like a carrot. A cooked carrot cannot be a raw. And then it is attributable who has worked it and whether it is complete. During assessment, we also do a test called 5W1H. When you pick up any record, you should be able to do who has done it, when was it done, why was it done, where it is, what it is, and the most important, how. If you're able to understand if the document or record passes ALCOA C plus and the 5W1H, the document is supposed to be good. The biggest problem is the documents that are seen after 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, they're not legible. It has vanished. We're very, very careful about it. And that's why we suggest that you use black ink or you use an ink which is written, mentioned in your SOP, and always have signatures with name, date, and time. Progress reports, many people do not send us progress reports. Many people are not sure about what is safety reporting and how many stakeholders are responsible for safety reporting. There is a strict suggestions or guidelines mentioned in the is a statutory requirement as per the NDCT rules 2019 about what investigator should do when there is an SAE and how he or she should be responsible for this. I'll again skip the case study. There is many times there is a premature termination by the sponsor or ethics committee or the investigator themselves may decide, and it's very important that you document it and ensure the participant is aware about it. The final report, very important. Many times when we ask during assessments, we never find the final report. This is the last 5 key areas of the responsibilities. Any protocol or a research plan is like Gita, Quran, Bible, Guru Granth Sahib. Whatever is written, we need to follow. The next important is informed consent. The third is the anything which is related with safety, whether it's AE, SA, SUSAR, whatever it is, you have to take it to cognizance that it is your prime responsibility. Record keeping and data handling is one of the biggest areas where I always see mistakes. Like I can see 2G in handling as a mistake and IP accountability because the PI is involved. PI is responsible or IP. You can see IP is the opposite is PI. So very, very important to remember. These are some of the findings I found when I do assessments are procedure related findings, staff selection related finding. If you don't take a qualified staff, and then you will have land into problems. So I always say that if you give peanuts, you will always get monkeys. So get people who are trained. Always remember how you sign bank check. The same way you should sign or work with your clinical trial documents. If you cannot give a correct check, the check will be dishonored. So similarly is your clinical trials documentation. I've seen many times that signatures are missing. The date and times are always universally missing. They also do not write what exactly happened. I can see it many times in the documents. I also see many times as oversight, lack of oversight of investigator, probably due to lack of time. So if you don't have time, my request is don't do trials. Just do something else, but don't do trials because trial is a very serious business. And if you have done a trial and delegated that to somebody of your juniors and they have messed it up, then you are the ones who's responsible for messing it up. Source document, as the name it says, that the document you write first, the raw data is the source document. And if you do audit trail and find that that document never existed or the evidence is not there, like we have evidence-based medicine, these are also evidence-based. So for me, this is the last slide. Probably a best investigator is the one who is really interested, is ethical, is able to educate his or her time, is able to supervise the time, work on the progress on the problems, is able to open to discussion, monitoring, audits, never leave it to subordinates. And if you see, the time is bold, because that is the kamzor kadi, and is interested always in continual improvement, always understands source document, original document, very important, lives up to the standard of GCP, and is always keen on getting accreditation, by which he or she will earn reputation and recognition. Thank you so much for your time and attention. If time allows, I have 3 questions, but I totally leave it to the sponsors. Hi, am I audible?
Yes, madam. You can go ahead with the questions, madam, because we
Okay.
have another 3 minutes time, I think.
Okay. I have only 3, but I have case study also if time allows. I'll request all of you to put in the chat box. Although I cannot see the chat box, I'll request Dr. Shamansta to help me. If you can just put question number 1, what is the correct answer? You can write Q1 dash this. Which of the following is not a prime responsibility of investigator? To maintain IP log at the site, to ensure that safe and temperature secure delivery of IP is done to the site, distribution of the correct dose and the strength of IP to the study participants. I don't use the word subject. Returning back of the unused IP from the study participants. Which one is not a prime responsibility of an investigator? Dr. Shamastar, I will request you to help me. Which is the fastest finger first? Who is the first one to respond? And what is the correct answer they have said?
Yes, we are waiting for their answer.
Okay. So I hope they haven't slept, because it's a post-noon session and there is very strong tendency to doze off.
No, we are waiting for their answer. Please give your answer in the chat box so that we can get that.
That will ensure our attendance also.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So we do not have too much time. The correct answer is, still there is no takers. I think there are 2 takers.
One answer given by Dr. Anushmita Saha.
Okay, it's 4. Okay.
4,
Okay.
yeah.
So answer is
Dr. Surendra Kumar Sharma, 2.
Yes, the answer is 2. You know, it is the responsibility of the sponsor to ensure that safe and temperature secure delivery of IP is made from sponsor to the site. So it is a little tricky one, but the answer is 2. I'm happy. If you have attempted, that's enough. Nothing else matters. Question number 2, if you can please put the answer. You have to only write 2 dash true or 2 dash false. A senior clinical, maybe a professor level, sub-investigator holds more responsibility than a relatively junior, say assistant professor level, principal investigator for any trial related to misconduct. The answer is true, answer is false. Any response, Dr. Shaumanchtar?
Yeah, not yet. We are waiting for their answer.
Okay, it's a very simple one. The answer is false. First of all, this is opposite. Yes, Dr. Shanhati Pal, thank you. Answer is false. Especially senior clinical professor level person is usually the principal investigator, and the junior, maybe assistant professor level, can be a sub investigator. So it's twisted. Even though the question is wrong, the problem is related to misconduct. And remember, if it is a misconduct, whatever be the designation, they are equally responsible. Equally responsible. Any trial related misconduct cannot be tolerated because of any of the designation. And the last question is 3rd question. I hope I'm able to shift. No, there are 2 questions only. I thought there's a 3rd question. Okay, do we have time for the case study? It's 3 o'clock.
Can you please make one case study?
Okay. So this is a case study, and you can give the answer as yes, no, or something like that. There is a doctor called Dr. Jignesh Patel. The name and everything is changed, but the scenario is real. There's a person called Dr. Jignesh Patel who works in a super tech hospital in Fab Town. The Institutional Ethics Committee has approved a study with him as a principal investigator. Dr. Patel has now recruited a patient at his high care clinic for this trial. Is this a deviation? Yes or no? Is this a deviation or it is okay because he has already been approved as a PI? I can see some answers, but these are all earlier answers. I'm not sure which the answer has come. Okay.
Not yet come. Not yet come.
Okay.
Okay. So Jagdish Chandra Dhakan, Dr. Telling yes. Dr. Shoposachi Nandi also telling yes. Yes, deviation.
Thank you. Absolutely correct. It is a deviation because when Dr. Jignesh was given an IEC approval where he was a PI for Supertech Hospital at Pap Town. But he has taken this approval and recruited a patient in his high care clinic. It's a serious misconduct. He must immediately do something. So what he should do as a remedy? Any ideas? If yes, why? If no, why? He may not do any remedy. And if you have to do any remedy, what action he or she should take? Any idea? Thinking? That's good. Let me tell you, this is a very, very common case which still happens in many of the areas where they are not trained. So first thing is that the PI has to be trained. He probably doesn't understand PI's responsibilities and roles, may not have met the IEC properly. If the IEC has approved a study with him as a PI at Supertech Hospital, Pap Town, he can only recruit patients at Supertech Hospital and not high care. The patient that is recruited, he has to immediately speak to the ethics committee and take immediate action as guided by the ethics committee. He also needs to undergo training on GCP, has to understand his or her responsibilities. Whoever is the sponsor must also train him so that he does not behave like that next time. Apart from that, there are a lot of things that Dr. Jignesh Patel should do. But for the time being, when he's the PI, he is responsible for every action as a responsible. Thank you so much for your time and attention for attending this session. Namaskar and Jai Hind from my end.
Thank you once again, madam, for this beautiful deliberation. We are really privileged to have you with us, madam. And it will be great if you have time, madam. I am requesting you to please stay during the panel discussion. It will be around from 5:30 p.m. So if possible, madam,
sure.
you can stay with us.
Sure, I'll join back at 5:30.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Now, may I request Professor Pradeep Narayan, sir? Professor Pradeep Narayan, again, a very well-known figure in the field of bioethics. So, we are really delighted to have Professor Pradeep Narayan, sir, who is currently a senior consultant cardiac surgeon at Ravindranath Tagore International Institute of Cardiac Sciences. And he is also the associate editor of a very prestigious journal, Indian Journal of Thoracic and Cardiovascular Surgery, more than 150 publications. So thank you, sir, for giving us your time. Now, may I start today's presentation? May I request Clarnet team to please play that
yes, sir.
recorded video. Sir is with us only, but due to some technical issues, he also had sent the recorded video. So, sir, you were there also?
Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. I would like to start by thanking the Physician Research Foundation, API West Bengal, and the Association of Physicians of India for this opportunity to present this talk. So in this talk, we are going to focus on three specific areas. Firstly, we'll look at why do we need consent. Secondly, we'll try and assess the exact composition and mechanism of consent. And finally, we'll look at some case studies related to informed consent. So why do we need consent? To answer this, we have to look back in history and all the way back to the 1939, 1945, when the Nazi war crimes were committed, where some inhumane experiments were carried out on human beings. And it was the Nuremberg Code in 1947 that first specified that experiments could not be carried out on human beings without their consent. They started a series of ethical principles that were laid out. And as you can see, in 1947, we had the Nuremberg Code. But it did not stop research without consent to be carried out. And we had the thalidomide disaster we are all very familiar with between 1957 and 1961. We also had the Jewish chronic disease hospital study in 1963, where live cancer cells were injected in elderly patients who were chronically ill, and the patients were misinformed that they were receiving a skin test. This led to the first Helsinki Declaration in 1964 that is more or less the backbone of ethical principles in research. But even the Helsinki Declaration did not stop from such activities from being carried out. And Saul Krugman, a noted physician to whom we owe the vaccinations for hepatitis, rubella, and measles, was involved in one major scandal. This was the Willowbrook study, where parents had put their mentally challenged children for care and for their well-being. But what was done was horrendous. To understand how hepatitis spread, these children were fed stool samples from patients who had hepatitis. I'm sure you have all heard of the Tuskegee syphilis study, where 600 Afro-American men were involved with syphilis. And even though penicillin became the standard of care in the early 40s, this information was kept away from them, and they were not given the treatment just to see the natural progression, the natural history of syphilis. This led to condemnation of the whole process of uninformed research, and it was laid very clear that the well-being of the human subject should certainly take precedence over the interests of science and society. And this was made clear in the Belmont report that started the concept of beneficence and justice. Principles of informed consent was now not limited just to autonomy, but was also to the concept of beneficence, non-malfeasance, and justice. But even this did not stop from uninformed or improperly informed research to be carried out. This study recruited more than 1,000 women with cervical dysplasia. These women were left untreated to see what happened to these lesions. Did they progress to cancer or did they get better? By the time the study was stopped, 71 women had developed frank cancer and 9 of them had invasive cancer. This study was not carried in the West. It was carried out in New Delhi by the Institute of Cytology and Preventive Oncology. This invariably led to the ethical guidelines from ICMR, and subsequently several guidelines have been published to guide researchers to participate in ethical research with proper consenting. Several ethical principles and guidelines have been laid out, and I'll just fast forward to 2024 when the 10th amendment of the Helsinki Declaration was carried out in Finland. And that more or less brings us to the end of the first part of my talk, which is why do we need consent? And now we'll try and focus on the mechanism of consent, or what exactly do we mean by informed consent. So I'm particularly intrigued by this term informed consent because, quite frankly, I do not know if there is any other kind of consent. Consent always has to be informed. More importantly, what is informed consent? Is it just an act of putting pen to paper? Or is it a whole process? In fact, the term that we like to use is informed consent process, just to highlight that it is not just an act, it is an entire process. And the process begins even before the consent is obtained. The process begins by designing the type of consent that is most appropriate. It starts by preparing the informed consent document and presenting it to the ethics committee. During the act of consenting, what is important is to ensure that transfer of information has indeed taken place. Avoidance of jargon, avoidance of terms that are not understood by the participants need to be avoided. The need for audio-visual recording in vulnerable population has to be assessed. Whether or not an impartial witness or a LAR is required has to be thought of before the patient or the participant signs the consent form. And it does not end there. Even after consent has been obtained, the need for reconsenting needs to be considered. There has to be a monitoring by the ethics committee of the consent process. So consent is not an act, it is certainly a process, and that has to be borne in mind. There are two inherent principles of informed consent. A, it should be fully informed, and B, it should be freely given. What do we mean by these terms? What do we mean by fully informed? So the participant has to be told about the purpose of the research, the risks and the benefits involved, how long is the research for. When we mean freely given, what we mean is freedom from coercion, threats, or persuasion. Now this could be overt or covert. It's rarely overt, and it is quite often a situation where there is a covert coercion, even if it is unintended. Simply the position in which the researcher is, who is also often the treating physician or surgeon, that it is very difficult for the participant or the patient to say no to their treating physician or surgeon. How can we ensure that consent is fully informed? Well, the patient information sheet has to be looked at and has to be properly designed. And whether or not it's freely given, again, the process of consent and the informed consent form has to be assessed. So these are the components that need to be included in the patient information sheet. As you can see, it has got all the different components like confidentiality, contact details, what is the purpose of the research, what happens if something goes wrong, how can they get in touch with the ethics committee, what are the compensations and the risks and benefits of the research. All these areas have to be covered in the patient information sheet, and it has to be in the local languages. Just a word on, is consent mandatory? Well, there are certain conditions where waiver of consent can be given. Some of these conditions are most commonly retrospective studies, where the participants are de-identified or cannot be contacted. There are when we are carrying out research on data that is already available in the public domain, and research during humanitarian emergencies and disasters. These are situations where exemption or waiver of consent may be provided. So now we have come to the end of the second part of my talk, which was mechanism of consent. And in the subsequent slides, we are going to the last part of my talk, which is certain case studies on informed consent. I have chosen some situations which emerge from real life experiences, and the answers or I may provide may or may not be right, but that I am hoping that it will generate some discussion. So let us take a look at a situation, the first case study, where a 55-year-old man has a right-sided stroke, so he cannot use the right side of his hand and leg. He is able to understand and respond, but unable to use his hand to sign. Now we want to include him in a trial of cerebral thrombectomy. How do we consent him? Do we take a verbal consent? Or do we ask the family to consent on his behalf? Or do we take a verbal consent from the patient and get the family to sign the consent form? Or do we do a video recording of the whole conversation? So there are several things that we can do. Verbal or oral consent may be allowed if approved by the ethics committee, but it should be an exception and not a routine. Ideally, an impartial witness should be used who can sign and date the consent document. And if facilities exist, there is no harm in carrying out a video or audio recording of the whole consent process. Now that brings us to our next case study. We used the term impartial witness in the previous case study. So who can be an impartial witness? The options that we have are, we could use the personal secretary of the PI, who is very helpful and proactive. We can use a junior doctor who is not related to the study. We can use a patient who is on the ward who cannot read or write. Or we have a lawyer who is the younger brother of the patient. So who do you think we can use as an impartial witness here? Would the lawyer be a good choice? Or would the 36-year-old patient who is illiterate and is a representative of an average patient on that ward, can we use him? So just give yourself a few seconds and then we'll discuss the options. To consider are that the impartial witness should be literate and should be able to communicate with the participant in their own language. So the patient or the ward who cannot read or write should not be an ideal impartial witness. His brother, even though he's a lawyer and has got a good legal understanding, should not be an impartial witness because he's related to the participant. And the person should be in no way connected to the conduct of the research study. So the personal secretary of the PI also is ruled out. Now, what about the junior doctor who is not involved with the study? I think here the junior doctor is probably the best person of all the four choices that we have given. But again, one could ask that, is the junior doctor not going to be influenced by the senior doctor even if he's not involved with the research? So can we think of a fifth option? Maybe a patient who is on the ward, who is able to read and write, understands the participant or the patient's language would probably be an ideal replacement. Let's move on to the next case study. We have a 11-year-old child whom we want to recruit in the study, and those of you who are involved with children taking part in research, you might find it helpful. Now we know that to consent, you have to be of a legal age, and that legal age is 18 years of age. So anyone below 18 cannot legally consent to a study. They can only provide their assent. They can only agree to be a part of the study. So when we are recruiting an 11-year-old child, what do we do? Do we take consent from the parents? Or do we take assent from the child? Or do we do both? We take the assent from the child, record it in the notes, and take consent from parents? Or do we make the child sign the assent form or sign in the notes that they have given the permission to participate in the study and get the parents to sign the consent form? So give yourself a few seconds to think about it. So these are the regulations about consenting or taking assent from children. So less than 18 years of age, as I said earlier, parents have to consent in every single case. If they're less than 7 years, then there is no need to document assent. Now, it does not mean that the permission of the child is not important. If they can understand, we should talk to them and take a verbal assent from them. It's always good practice because the child would be cooperative and helpful to have his permission to go ahead with the study. If they're between 7 to 12 years old, so slightly older, then it is mandatory to take assent. And it has to be recorded in the notes that verbal assent from the child was taken along with the parental consent. And if they're above 12, then written consent must be obtained. And the assent form has to be signed by the parents. So these are some very nuanced discussions that happen in studies that involve children, and it is very dependent on how old they are. Okay, now let us make it a bit more complicated. So now we have a 9-year-old child who is suffering from malignancy, and a drug that is only available in the research setting has the potential to cure the child, but the child refuses to participate in the trial. The parents obviously want the child to participate. How do we go about it? Do we exclude the child? Or do we just take the parental consent and go ahead with the study? Do we ask the treating doctor to decide? Or do we write to the court and say that we want to include this child and permission should be granted to us? Again, just give yourself a few seconds and then we'll try and discuss the different options. So in general, what is agreed is that if the drug has the potential to save this child's life and is only available if the child is part of the study, then the dissent by the child may be disregarded, provided the parents in their all consciousness have given their consent and ethics committee approval must have been obtained. This must be explained to the ethics committee and their consent has been obtained. So this is very important that in the interest of the child can be included in the study. So let us move away a little bit to a slightly different setting for our next case study. Let us assume that we want to carry out a study to assess the understanding of menstrual hygiene among adolescent girls. Now, who do we take the consent from? Do we take it from the student, or do we take it from the teacher or the principal of the school or the management of the school? Do we have to involve the student as well as the management, or do we take permission from the student as well as the parents? So this is also a slightly tricky situation, and let us see what the options are. Here, permission from all three parties have to be taken. So the children, because they are less than 18, they cannot consent, but their assent has to be taken and has to be recorded. Parents have to consent in this case, and if parents are not there, then we can use the LAR. And permission from the administrative approval from the school is obviously mandatory. So all three parties have to consent here. Now, let us move on to a slightly more gray area about consenting. And when we talk about informed consent, strictly speaking, which of the following is not the primary role of a doctor or an investigator? Provide research-related information, to establish competence to consent, to establish capacity to consent, or to ensure comprehension. Which of these four is not the main responsibility of the researcher? So, providing research-related information and ensuring comprehension are the basic tenets of informed consent. So, they cannot be compromised. The only query is between competence and capacity, and here it is important to understand the distinction. Competence is a legal term. It is a legal determination that is decided by the courts. Capacity, on the other hand, is a clinical assessment that has to be made by the researcher or the healthcare provider at the time of consent. Before we administer informed consent, it is important to understand and assess the competence of the patient. And this is especially valid in cases of children, in mentally ill patients, and those patients who are elderly and may be confused during the time of recruitment. So with this, we have more or less come to the end of my talk. We have covered these three areas. Why do we need consent? The mechanism of consent. We have looked at some case studies. There are many more, but I think to stay within the time and to provide an opportunity for further discussion, I'll not go through any more case details. But what I'll do is remind you what I started with. This was one of the first slides that I showed you. And I want to remind you that it was in 1947 that the Nuremberg Code first specified that experiments should not be conducted on people without their consent. We are now in 2025, and this still has not been addressed. There are still instances where informed consent is not administered adequately. And I would like to give you the example of this study, which was carried out on vaccines for human papillomavirus. It had the support of two pharmaceutical giants, GlaxoSmithKline and Merck Sharp and Dohme. It was supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and was approved by the ICMR as well. So the study recruited 14,000 girls, most of whom were tribals between the age of 10 and 14. So they had not reached the legal age for consenting, and the study was carried out on the basis of their assent, hopefully. 7 of them died, some before reaching the hospital, and I'm not implying that they died because of the study drug. It could be any reason. But the problem was that a lot of the consent forms had thumb impressions. Many of them were signed by the hostel wardens, not even the parents. The consent and patient information sheet was in English, and it is unlikely that these tribal girls would understand the meaning of the word cancer, cervix, or vaccine. Ladies and gentlemen, would we like our children to participate in this trial? If not, do we have a right to recruit even a single child or a single patient without proper informed consent? my final slide and ask you all that is informed consent really that important? And I want to remind you of the Nazi trials and the Tuskegee trial and everything else that I have spoken to you at the beginning of this talk. And I want to end this talk by the comment that those who do not learn from history are condemned to repeat it. Let's hope we don't. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Pradeep Narayan sir, for this wonderful deliberation. I think a lot of issues we had learned from your lecture, and I think as we are running short of time, we can move towards the next session. Pradeep Narayan sir, if you have any final comment from your side.
No, I think it's fine. If we have time, we'll discuss few things at the end. Maybe I mix the term competence and competition. Sorry, competence and capacity, but we can talk about it later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again, sir. So now it is our real pleasure, privilege to invite Professor Sujoy Ghosh, sir. Professor Sujoy Ghosh needs no introduction. Sir, currently professor at the Department of Endocrinology at SSKM Hospital, IPGMER. There are many accolades with sir. So now over to Professor Sujoy Ghosh, sir. Sir will tell us the role of sponsors and how we can assure good clinical practice. So over to Professor Sujoy Ghosh, sir.
Sir, please unmute yourself, sir. You are muted.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sorry for that. So a big thank you to both Dr. Shambhu as well as API for having given me this responsibility as well as opportunity. And I understand I need to finish my talk within half an hour, and I need to be try to be as precise as possible in terms of the roles and responsibilities of sponsors. So I think there are two documents that everyone attending this workshop has read or seen or will read. First of all, we all talk about the Declaration of Helsinki. The revised Declaration of Helsinki was published in JAMA in October 2024. I would request all of you to read that. And secondly, this is again from the Government of India, the draft guidelines of GCP published September 2024. These are two documents that whenever you're in trouble, if you can go back and read, it will help you guide in most of the circumstances. So when we talk about sponsors, obviously we are not talking about the sponsors of IPL. We are talking about individuals, companies, institutions, and organizations that take responsibility for the initiation, management, and financing of a trial. So the financial bit is just one bit of it. The responsibility is the bigger bit. That means it is responsible for everything related to the trial. So it could obviously be a commercial organization, like my respected previous speaker talked about MSD and GSK being sponsors of the cervical vaccine trial, or it could be a government funding agency, maybe ICMR, DBT, DST, or it could be even private foundations. For example, we've got research grants from certain organizations like, say, API, RSSDI, Chelaram Foundation, and things like that. And if you could find someone who's very philanthropic as an individual, could fund it as well. So in most of my talk, when I talk about sponsor, I am actually implying about a commercial partner who's actually helping us with a commercially driven trial, which could be a drug, which could be a device. Typically, such a sponsor will have a team of people at the back end. So there would be a project manager for each of the studies. Then there would be a clinical research associate or monitoring team. There could be a contract research organization. Say, for example, most of us working either in government or non-government organizations often do not have a research team of our own. There, the sponsor would lend out people from this CRO to help out in the day-to-day running of the trial But remember, ultimately, the entire responsibility is both of that of the PI as well as that of the sponsored team. The vicarious responsibility lies with both. The CRO only helps you in your day-to-day running. Then there would be a data manager. We'll talk about these biostatisticians and medical writer. So the two most important things that the sponsor actually has to assure is quality assurance and quality control of the clinical trial. So all of the studies that are being conducted, the sponsor has to ensure that the data that is generated is documented properly, recorded in compliance with protocols, the GCP and the regulatory requirements. So they will also have to ensure that there is direct access to all trial related data, whether it's the source data, the documents and the reports, for all involved. So it could be for somebody coming and for monitoring purposes. It could be for auditing purposes. That could be from an internal auditor, an external agency, a government agency, a regulatory agency. Everybody should have access to it. And that all data that has been documented is reliable and is not fictitious and has been processed correctly, and to ensure that all agreements in writing with the parties involved in the trial are okay. So maybe I will take a pause here from the slides and try and walk you through what typically happens during a clinical trial. So the first thing the sponsor does is it tries to look for prospective PIs in different sites. Well, how that is chosen, that's often arbitrary. Maybe they will go to sites where they know there's a history of clinical trials there, to the major sites, or maybe to some of the private institutions where there's a history that somebody's done a clinical trial, or they know the PI has been doing such clinical trials, or a place where they know that such kinds of patients are coming, not necessarily they have done clinical trials in the past. Usually they will look for people with credibility, people of repute. So that's how they would approach these sites with the prospective PIs. They will reach out to them, and then the first document that is signed is a confidentiality agreement document. It essentially means that you're not going to talk about what's there in the clinical trial with somebody else or a rival company. So once you've done that, they will share some details about the clinical trial, what it entails. Thereafter, they will send you another form which is called the site feasibility assessment form. For example, if there's a clinical trial of obesity, they might say, okay, how many patients of obesity do you see with an average BMI on such and such? What do you think is going to be the number of people that you will be able to recruit? And then they will keep on asking other things. Okay, we'll be looking at this trial where we need to actually have a look at the body fat composition of these patients. So do you have a DEXA scanner? Do you have maybe an MR spectroscopy? Does your site have facilities for, say, a digital fundal photography and an OCT? Because we now know all GLP-1 trials, you need to actually have that because of the so-called risk of NION. So all of these things are actually there. So you fill up that feasibility form. Often the monitor will come for a feasibility visit to cross-check that whatever you're talking about is actually there in terms of the facilities and other things there. Once that's done, the sponsor will send you a whole list of documents in what is called the dossier of the study. With that, you need to actually apply to two bodies in your own organization. Often these two bodies are one body. So there will be one body, for example, in IPGMER where we work, which looks at the academic credibility of the trial, the research oversight committee or the research academic committee. Once they say this is a good enough study for our institute, then that is then has to be submitted to the institutional ethics committee. In many of the institutes, both of these jobs are done by one committee, the IRB. And then you will be asked to present your study there with the dossier which has all the documents. And there are certain things that, particularly during the ethics presentation, people will look at. Number one, what we discussed in the previous talk about consent. Is it just in one language, two languages, three languages? Is it just a Google Translate of the English consent form? Things like that. And the second thing is they will assess the ethical aspects of the study. And finally, also, they will look at the insurance amount that the sponsor is willing to pay just in case something goes wrong. The previous speaker was talking about that some patients died in that vaccine study. It does not happen necessarily need to be related to the study. Anything and everything that happens to the person who is enrolled in the trial will believe that it's because of the drug or the intervention that you've given. So once that's approved, then the ethics approves the study. There is then a tripartite agreement. The three parties involved will be number one, the sponsor, the second will be the PI, and the third will be the institutional head where we are working. So that's a tripartite agreement. So all of these are agreement documents that need to be in place, and the sponsor has to arrange for the same. So we already talked about the CRO. The sponsor might transfer any or all of the sponsor's related duties and function to this outsourced agency to ensure that the quality and integrity of the trial is okay. But again, like I said, ultimate responsibility is both that of the sponsor as well as that of the PI. The medical expertise will be needed at various points of time. Of course, at the time of designing the study, and of course, all through the trial period, whenever there are issues where you need to reach out to the sponsor for help regarding medical management. The trial design, this is very important because you reap what you sow. So a good design study will actually lead to or yield good scientific data. So if the trial is designed poorly, the results are going to be poor in terms of interpretation and applicability. So that's understandable, and there are several people that the sponsor will include while designing the study. And in every clinical trial, there's a primary endpoint, a secondary endpoint. So all of those responsibilities are going to be the sponsor's responsibility. One of the important things that needs to be defined in the trial is when to stop, when to escalate. Because, for example, if I'm doing a diabetes study and I'm saying that this drug reduces blood glucose, and then the starting HbA1c is anywhere between, say, 7 and 10, what happens if the HbA1c goes, say, to 11 or 12? From an ethical point of view, you cannot allow that to continue. You need to have an add-on backup that, you have to allow add-on drug therapy. So things like that, or certain things in terms of side effects and other things, that has to be there. Trial management, data handling, and data keeping. Here again, the sponsor has to establish two independent boards. The first is an independent data monitoring committee and a data and safety monitoring board. And these two would have to be independent of the main PIs or the main people who have designed the study. This is very important to protect our patients and also to ensure that the data that is collected and collated is absolutely perfect. Now, often you will hear that a clinical trial has been prematurely terminated. That could happen because of two reasons. Number one, it could be. Can I request others to mute their mics, please? So that could be number one, because the drug is doing too well. If that is the case, we have no ethical right to deprive the control group from the benefits of the drug. Or if we find that there are signals that the drug is causing harm, then there is no point in continuing the study. So that again is responsibility of the sponsors, because they have created these two boards who would be actually looking at the data. The second thing is, nowadays all data is electronically handled, and we have what we call an ECRF, electronic case record form. And you have to have SOPs for all of this, because data safety is of utmost importance. And you just can't allow any Tom, Dick, and Harry to access that data. So all of that has to be defined: who is allowed to enter the data, who is allowed to make changes in case there are clerical errors that has happened, and there has to be a security system that prevents unauthorized access of data and safeguard the blinding. The other thing that is also needed is, in case of a medical emergency, there has to be a cleared SOP of how to unblind data. For example, I'm doing a trial on, say, GLP-1 analogs, and I now have two groups of people, one who's getting the active drug and the other who's on the placebo. Now, if the patient comes in with pain abdomen and gets hospitalized, it's important to understand and know, in the interest of the patient, whether the patient was on the active drug, because this could well be because of pancreatitis related to the drug. So there has to be a process through which unblinding of the data also has to be allowed. So trial data management, handling, and record keeping, That's again a very important issue. The first bit is obviously what has happened in a lot of cases, in spite of all these guidelines, is somebody's just gone on sold off the data to somebody else. You can't do that. And for how long do you need to retain data? That is often specific to each of the trials. And whoever is planning to do a drug trial of sorts has to have facilities for data archiving. We'll talk about that a little later as well. The sponsor has to inform the investigator and the institution in writing for the need for record retention. Investigator selection, I've already told you about. Allocation of responsibilities. This is again a very, very important thing. So in the study documents, there will be a log of allocation of responsibilities. So at the site, the PI is responsible ultimately for everything, but then for each of the job responsibilities, he will have to allocate someone. It could be a co-PI, it could be a sub-I, it could be the pharmacist, or it could be a CRC, and next to that, person's responsibility, the name, the start date, and the stop date of those things have to be documented. So, for example, if the pharmacist is supposed to dispense the medicines, nobody else is allowed to do the same. Often you might have multiple people being given the responsibility for multiple jobs. But this is important so that we have accountability of who is doing what and who is responsible for what. The compensation to subjects and investigators, I have already talked about, that the insurance paper document is something very important. Obviously, you don't want malpractices, but often there will be side effects or incidents for which there has to be adequate compensation that the sponsor needs to provide. Financing, I already told you that there's going to be a tripartite agreement for those of us working in government institutions. In each of the private setups, there might be different things, because in the private setup, the PI is allowed to earn out of doing a clinical trial where there will be something called a PI fees. For those of us working in government institutes, the financial heads under which the payment is made is number one, research grant for the institute, number two, fees for the clinical trial coordinator and others working in the team. And then there would be things like fees for various investigations that are being done, particularly if it's getting outsourced somewhere else. There will be some amount of money that can be given as conveyance fees to the participant. It has to be reasonable. It can't be exorbitant, because that would be looked at that you are paying to lure a patient to participate in a clinical trial. And remember, this entire money is again divided into installments. So there will be some amount paid for, say, pre-screening, screen success, first visit, second visit, and things like that. Just like you would pay when you're booking an apartment, you pay according to in installments. Notification and submission to regulatory authorities. I've already told you about the first set of notifications to the EC, but thereafter, notifications have to be sent to the local EC, to the sponsor, and the sponsor then sends that to the other sites as well as to the regulatory authorities. So for example, if today we were doing a trial of, say, thalidomide in pregnancy, the fact that phocomelia and amelia happened would have been flagged up much earlier. It would not have happened in the manner that it happened at the time. So any notification, and also, for example, a serious adverse event. For example, last week we had a patient who had a patellar fracture, who is on a GLP-1 trial. So confirmation of review, I've already explained to you how the entire process of application and approval by the institutional review board or institutional ethics committee happens. Now, in the dossier that the sponsor provides, they provide you a whole lot of information related to the investigational product. It will talk about all the studies that have taken place, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, that has happened, animal model studies, cell studies, and all in the information that is there. And from time to time, they will also provide you with updates of new information that might have come in as the study is going on. And it will tell you about how to give the drug, in what dose, how to reconstitute, how to administer, whom to administer, how to stop, what tests to do. So everything, and how to store it, and all of those things will be given. The manufacturing, packaging, labeling, and coding, all of that is the responsibility of the sponsor. and you will have data loggers, temperature loggers, to try and ensure that the transportation, the reconstitution, the administration, the storage, all of that is perfect. And it is their responsibility to make it in such a manner that there is no inadvertent unblinding of the investigational product. Supply and handling of product. Now, it's the sponsor's responsibility to ensure that there is timely delivery of the investigation product. So, for example, a site has enrolled 10 patients, and the next visit is scheduled on time X. Now, during COVID, we had this problem. All of a sudden, we often ran out of investigational products, and those patients actually had to be taken out of the study because it was a treat to target. It was a per protocol analysis study and not an intention to treat study. To ensure steps that the investigational products are stable. In now today's world, all the refrigerators have temperature loggers. They are logged onto the internet. Anytime there is a change in temperature, there will be an alert going to the CRO, the PI, to everybody. So to ensure that all of that is there. Now, at the end of the study, it's also very important to dispose unused investigational product because that can be a biohazard. Record access. So I've already told you that the records should be kept properly, and everybody who has the right has access to the records. This includes the monitor, the auditor, the ethics committee, and also the regulatory authorities. Safety information. The sponsor is also responsible for the ongoing safety evaluation of the investigation product. I already told you any adverse event that is reported, a SUSAR or a serious adverse event, anything that's reported in any of the trial sites gets reported to all of the other trial sites. And then they send it to the PI. The PI then sends a copy to the ethics committee. Now, who can stop the clinical trial at this point of time? Either the PI might think, okay, too many people are getting this particular side effect. I don't want to subject my patients to any further risk. He can decide and say, I'm not going to continue the trial. The ethics committee might say, you are sending the same side effect of this drug from everybody all over the world, from Brazil, from China. I think enough is enough. We are not going to allow you to continue the trial. So they can stop. The sponsors themselves might say, okay, we think there might be a signal. We are not going to continue with the study. Or the regulatory authority might say, things are not good. We will not allow you to continue the study. So the adverse drug reaction reporting again is the responsibility of both the PI as well as the sponsor to the respective authority, not just to the ethics committee, but also the regulatory authorities. Audit. Now, this is a very important part. Now, the sponsors themselves have an audit. It could be from their own organization. It could be from an independent organization. Also, there could be audit from the regulatory authorities. Now, again, what kind of audit, how frequently you're going to do the audit is going to be dependent on a number of factors. How important is the clinical trial? For example, if this is on a vulnerable population, obviously it becomes very important that you're actually following everything. The number of subjects in a trial, you have a study which has only 2 people in your clinical trial. Probably you will not face too much of an external audit. Now, there are 10 sites, each of them have recruited 5 people, you have recruited 55 people. That rings alarm bells. You're probably going to face a bigger audit. The type and the complexity of the trial. For example, you're doing a cardiovascular outcome trial where the end point is death. Of course, it becomes a very, very serious trial, right? And the levels of risk, like I said, and any identified problem. If, for example, the auditor in the previous audit came and saw there were serious problems with, say, consenting or other things, then it's going to be a bigger problem. And the sponsor appoints monitors, and also there is an established protocol, of course, beyond which there can be more audits. And every time the monitor comes, he writes a written report and goes back and tells about the site and also informs the PI and the ethics committee. So what is essentially monitoring? The act of overseeing the progress of a clinical trial and ensuring that it is conducted, recorded, and reported in accordance to the protocol of the study, the agreed upon SOPs, the good GCP guidelines, and all the applicable regulatory requirements. The purpose is, most importantly, that the rights and well-being of the subjects are protected. The reported trial data is accurate, complete, and verifiable from the source data, and the conduct of the trial is in compliance with the currently approved protocols with GCP and the applicable requirements. So the monitoring often happens in 4 phases. The first I told you already, that during the feasibility, to assess feasibility of the study, often there is a pre-study feasibility visit. Then usually there is one at the initiation of the study to make sure that everything is in place. And then there can be multiple interim audits depending on the seriousness, the duration, the number of people involved. And finally, at the end, there is often, again, a mandatory closeout visit to make sure that all things have been archived properly, the unused material is returned, documents are taken back, all unused products are taken back, and archiving is done properly. Now, during the process of audit, they will verify that the SOPs are in place, the quality control and quality assurance of everything, including reagents, equipments are there, appropriate storage of specimens, the IP, the functionality of equipment. You are writing down the weight of the patient and they come and find that your weighing machine doesn't work. Tracking down specimen results from the case record form. With regards to the investigational product, they will see whether the storage and conditions are applicable, whether the right patients are actually getting the drug, we were giving the right instructions to the patients about the handling of the drug, and everything is controlled and documented, and at the end of the study, disposition of unused investigation product is done properly. And they will also verify that the investigator and the investigator trial staff are performing the right duties according to the delegation log in accordance with the approved protocol, and no unauthorized person was doing an unauthorized job, and investigator was enrolling only the eligible subjects, informed consent was taken properly, and that verifying that source data is complete, accurate, up to date. I'll talk about source data. I'm not going to talk about informed consent, that's been documented. So what is source data? So source data is anything and everything from which the data has been collected and put into the case record form. So for example, in a clinical trial, you say, this is a 56-year-old male with 10 years history of diabetes. That would have to be corroborated with a document. It could be an outpatient clinic data, which shows the age and the gender of the person. And in the history, it is written down, duration of diabetes is 10 years. Now, if there is a discordance from the source data, then that's not acceptable. And you've talked about laboratory results, patient complaining of hypoglycemia, blood pressure being something. So all of that, or X-ray showing that there was evidence of tuberculosis. So anything that is written in the case record form has to be verified from the source document. This is absolutely essential. And you cannot enter any information into the case record form unless and until there is a supporting source document. So this is one thing that we all struggle with, that is the case record form verification from the source document. It has to be correct, accurately reported, whatever dose change and therapy change you've done, that has to be documented, adverse event, concomitant medication, intercurrent illness, all of that has to be there. If somebody could not do a test, if somebody could not come on a certain day, that has to be documented, as well as to why. All withdrawals and dropouts have to be reported and also explained, and inform investigator of CRF entry error. So the monitor is more of a man-eater. He's paranoid. He's going to come and look at all of these things very, very carefully and ensure appropriate corrections, because we are human. We often make mistakes. But if there has been a mistake, has that been appropriately cut out? Has that been appropriately initiated by investigator or designee? So the common problem that we often find is that the data is directly entered into the case record form. The medical history is either an abstract or it's a Mahabharat. And the source document and the CRF, there is mismatch. There's handwriting like mine, which you can hardly read. So all of that has to be avoidable. So during the monitoring visit, deviations are very carefully documented, and communicating deviations to the investigator and sponsors, whatever deviations you've had from the protocol, SOP, GCP, or other regulatory requirement, and take appropriate actions to prevent the same. Non-compliance, if very trivial, often is okay, preferably avoided. But if it is bad, it could be really serious. It could lead to a lot of legal action, including not just the investigator being blacklisted or the institute being blacklisted and the clinical trial being terminated because of non-compliance. So premature termination or suspension of a trial, I have already told you. Post-trial, it is important that the trial provisions must be arranged by sponsors and researchers to be provided by themselves, healthcare or governments who are still need intervention identified as beneficial and safe. Here was this gentleman who was part of this clinical trial being taken care of by you in the study, treated for diabetes. Now the trial has ended. It's our moral responsibility and ethical duty as well to ensure that the individual continues to get medical care and support from your institute. Exceptions to this requirement must be approved by a research ethics committee. Specific information about post-trial provisions must be disclosed to participants as part of the informed consent. You need to tell them, once it ends, we will not be able to give this drug even if it provides great results, something like that. So clinical trial results. This is again a mandatory requirement. You come up with a negative study and then the sponsor decides, I'm not going to publish this because it's going to hurt me. You can't do that. It's moral responsibility of sponsors to even publish negative results. It could be in part of a clinical trial publication. It could be a legal requirement as it is on the CTRI, you have to report the results. So, and you have to also let the patients know about what has happened in the trial. The sponsor should ensure that the clinical trial reports in marketing applications meet the standard of ICH and the consent of clinical study reports. So to conclude, ultimately the sponsor ensures GCP compliance in clinical trials by implementing quality control and quality assurance. Monitoring and audits are intended to increase subject protection and integrity of data with quality risk management as the new approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this wonderful deliberation. So as we are taking questions at the end of the session, that is during our panel discussion, we'll move forward towards the next scientific session. And I think you had already highlighted different aspects, and you had also mentioned in one of your slides how to manage adverse event during the clinical trial. Especially that slide was there with our Professor Sucheta Kurunkar madam also, when she was telling about investigators' responsibility. Now we learn how we should report adverse event, how we should manage serious adverse event during clinical trial. And for that, we are really privileged to have with us Professor Abhijit Hajra sir. Again, Professor Abhijit Hajra sir needs no introduction. Sir is a very senior professor in the field of pharmacology. Currently, sir is the dean at the prestigious institute, SSKM Hospital and IPGMER. So, welcome, sir. Welcome, Professor Abhijit Hajra sir. Now, stage is yours, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shambho. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at the outset, let me thank Apicon for giving me this opportunity of being with you this afternoon and sharing some of my experience related to adverse event monitoring and management in clinical trials. Now, since morning, you have been listening to different aspects of good clinical practice, and clearly you must agree that looking at drugs, their effectiveness and efficacy without considering their safety aspects would be clearly unethical and unacceptable from any point of view. So a whole gamut of responsibilities and a whole gamut of activities surround this issue of patient safety in the context of clinical trials. And that would be my subject of my presentation for the next 20 or 25 minutes. Let me share the slides. Are my slides visible?
Yes, sir. Sir, please make it full screen, sir. Yeah.
It's full screen at my end.
Okay, sir. I think then you have to stop screen sharing. Again, start screen
I'll
sharing.
try again. I'll try again. Just give me a second. Is it full screen?
I think it is coming, sir. No. Please reshare, sir.
Can you see my slides full screen?
Yes. Yes. Now it's full screen, sir.
Okay. Okay. So safety reporting in clinical trials. And as we just now said, that clinical research without ensuring patient safety is unethical. And if you look at the entire philosophy of ethics behind clinical trials, as epitomized by the essence of the Nuremberg Code of 1947, science cannot be above human safety. Whatever may have been the prevailing historical notions regarding the importance of science, we now clearly understand that individual subjects will always outweigh the importance of science. Now, in the context of clinical trials, we have four major stakeholders. We have the investigators, we have the sponsors, we have the ethics committees. In our context, it is mostly institutional ethics committees. And also we have the drug regulatory agencies in any country or territory. So all of them are the major stakeholders in clinical trials, and all of them have their responsibilities. Nowadays, these are quite well defined in the context of ensuring patient safety. Now, safety monitoring of drugs or even other objects which go into clinical trials, for instance, medical devices, last in all phases of clinical trials. With regard to drugs, we know that drug development, the clinical phase, is structured into phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Following phase 3, there may be marketing of the molecule. And finally, there would be post-marketing studies may be conducted. And in all these cases, safety would be an important endpoint. It is only that the focus of safety might change. For instance, you know that in phase 1 trial, mostly the drugs are being tested upon healthy volunteers, not even patients. So the focus there is mainly safety. We are not looking at into the efficacy of the drugs. In phase 2, we test the drug upon patients, and here also the prime focus is safety. In addition to safety, we try to look at the pharmacokinetics of the drug and to some extent the effectiveness of the drug. In phase 3, now the effectiveness question gets a lot of traction, and we look at the effectiveness of the drug in comparison to either a placebo or an active comparator. But there are a number of safety goals in phase 3 studies. For instance, we try to identify the common adverse effects, as well as try to see the less common adverse effects, because the number of volunteers in phase 3 studies extend up to a few thousands. We also try to quantify the common adverse effects, and we try to see that in what context, in the context of the patient's clinical condition, these adverse effects are happening, and the information is shared. If these adverse effects happen to be serious, these are shared between all the trial sites. Phase 4 may be looking at effectiveness questions, but we can also do exclusively safety-focused phase 4 studies.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, sir. Slides are not moving.
Slides are not moving?
No, sir. Yes, now it's moving. Okay.
No, I'm in this slide for some time.
Okay, sir.
So as you can see that right from bench top to bedside, safety issue is paramount, and safety issue is a must. Safety endpoints are a must in all phases or all stages of clinical trials. So although we place a lot of emphasis upon safety, we have to remember that safety issues have the potential to stop a trial, or even after all the testing has been completed, the trials have been completed, data have been submitted to regulatory authority. The regulatory authority may find the safety signals unacceptable, which would render the drug unapprovable. And the worst case scenario is that the drug is introduced into the market, but then serious safety issues are discovered, and this triggers the requirement of a risk management program, which is damaging to regulators, to consumers, to prescribers, and of course to the marketing authorization holders. We have quite a few examples in the recent past, Rofecoxib being a major example where withdrawal and risk management program was needed. So safety is not just additional data points. These are real scientific issues. These are emotive issues, and they can also be the reason for loss of goodwill in society or in the community. So we'll not go into this again. Safety issues are there in all aspects of the trial, but the focus changes. Now we need to understand a few terminologies related to safety monitoring in clinical trials. We begin with this, adverse drug reaction. WHO, as well as International Council for Harmonization, defines an adverse drug reaction as response to a drug which is noxious and unintended and which occurs at doses normally used in man for the prophylaxis, diagnosis, or therapy of diseases, or for the modification of physiological function. So this definition is allied with the WHO definition of drugs. So it refers to effects which are noxious. Noxious means harmful or potentially harmful, and which are unintended. They may not be unexpected. If we are prescribing a benzodiazepine-like molecule to somebody as a sedative, we know that there might be daytime drowsiness the next morning. But our intention was to give the patient a good night's sleep, not to cause daytime drowsiness. So these are effects which would be noxious and unintended. And you can see a few words underlined. So at doses normally used in man. In other words, these are effects which are noxious, which would be encountered in the normally recommended doses. Now, if you think about this definition a little bit, you'll understand that this definition applies to products which are already in the market. Why? Because it is only for marketed products where you'll get recommended doses in the prescribing literature. But what about medicines which are in development, which are yet to be marketed? Because we do not know the recommended doses, this definition will strictly not apply. So for this, there is an alternative definition that all noxious and unintended responses to a medicinal product related to any drug, any dose of the drug, can be considered as an adverse drug reaction. So in the context of the clinical trial, we interpret any adverse effect, any adverse experience as a potential adverse drug reaction, or what we say in India, a suspected adverse drug reaction. In the pre-approval stage of a new product or its new usage, the therapeutic dosage may not be established. Now, we are also using a term adverse event, which differs a little bit from an adverse drug reaction. An adverse event refers to any untoward medical occurrence in a patient or clinical investigation subject administered a pharmaceutical product, which does not necessarily have a causal relationship with this treatment. So let me clarify with a small example. Let us say a patient is taking a medicine. The patient walks out of his front door, let's say gets knocked down by a motorbike, fracture both bones leg, hospitalized. So what would you call this event? This event is definitely noxious or harmful. But is it an accident or is it a drug reaction? Now, going by the common thread of things, you'll generally think this is an accident. The way they drive two-wheelers these days on Indian roads, anybody can have this type of accident. But then if you probe the issue a little further, let us say you look at the drug which the person has been taking, and you realize that the drug is an H1 antihistamine, which has been given as an anti-allergic medication. Now, we know that most H1 antihistamines, they will cross the blood-brain barrier. They will cause sedation, they will cause drowsiness. Even if they do not cause frank drowsiness, the reaction time would be affected. So the subject would be less alert. And maybe in this case, this reduced alertness led to that accident. So it is not that the drug slowly caused the accident. The rash motorbike was also involved. but the drug was definitely a contributory factor and could have a causal relationship to this accident. So we reserve the term adverse event when we have not yet probed the possible causal relationship, and we use the term adverse drug reaction or suspected adverse drug reaction when we have a reasonable suspicion that the event might be linked to the drug in question. Now, in clinical trials, we can consider any unfavorable or unintended symptom or sign, any allergic reaction, or even a totally asymptomatic finding which we are noticing on biochemical tests or imaging investigations as adverse event. So we know that statins may cause elevation of liver enzymes, but the patient may be asymptomatic. Some drugs may cause pulmonary fibrosis, but these might not cause symptoms for a very long time. So even such asymptomatic things can be categorized as adverse events. And once we have probed the relationship to the drug in question, then we can also recategorize them as suspected adverse drug reactions. Now, there are various ways of categorizing adverse events, and we need to know about some of them. For instance, we can categorize adverse events by severity, and we commonly refer to an event as mild, moderate, or severe. Is there any watertight definition between these terms? No, but there are some working interpretations. So what is this like? We'll say an event is mild if it does not disrupt your daily routine, it does not require withdrawal of the drug or dose modification of the drug, and it does not call for specific remedial treatment. If any of these three conditions are violated, then we can consider the event as severe. And something that falls in between, where these criteria are not violated in the sense, but you may prefer to disrupt your daily routine and take some rest because you're not feeling comfortable, that may categorize as a moderate event. So as against severity, we have a statutory definition of the term seriousness. So an event, a drug-related event, can be serious or non-serious. And in India, the Schedule Y, the erstwhile Schedule Y of the Drugs and Cosmetics Rules of 1945, first defined a serious adverse event. And this was in sync with definitions prevailing in other countries, innovator countries. Schedule Y said that an untoward medical occurrence during a clinical trial that would be associated or that may lead to death of the subject or may lead to hospitalization of the subject, or if the patient is already in hospital, then it would lead to prolongation of hospitalization, or that which causes a persistent or significant disability or incapacity. The term incapacity is used in a temporary sense and disability is used in a more permanent sense. Or an event that is a congenital anomaly or birth defect or any event that is potentially life-threatening, but the subject is rescued by timely medical intervention, that can be regarded as a serious adverse event, or what we now popularly know as SAEs. Remember, SAEs are not severe adverse events, rather they are serious adverse events. And if we look at the relationship of seriousness with severity, we realize that most serious adverse events are also likely to be severe, but not all severe adverse events are likely to be serious. Okay, so it depends upon the criteria by which we use seriousness, and this is a important definition because the issue of medical negligence, the issue of compensation would be linked to seriousness rather than the severity of the event. So it may happen that we are using an antibiotic, which may be an aminoglycoside, which can lead to mild hearing loss. So high frequency tones are affected. The normal conversation is not affected, but only the person is unable to perceive the high frequency sound. So he does not appear to be disabled in day-to-day life, but suppose he was a musician, or suppose he has to hear high-pitched sounds to make certain in his work. then that might be affecting him, might be affecting his activities. So although the event may be mild, it would be called serious because it has led to permanent disability. So severity and seriousness. Then expectedness. How do we say that an event is expected or when the event is non-expected? We'll say the event is expected if that event is already reported in reference safety information. It has been reported earlier. If not, we'll consider the event as unexpected. So what do we mean by reference safety information? For drugs already in the market, they will have their detailed prescribing information, or which is known as summary of product characteristics in some countries. So if we look at the prescribing literature, and if we find that event already listed, then that is an expected event. For drugs in development, all principal investigators are provided with an investigator's brochure by the sponsor. So this is a compendium of information related to the drug for all phases of development up to the current one. And if the event is documented there, then also it becomes an expected event. But if you don't find the event in the prescribing literature or in the investigator's brochure, then that event is known as unexpected. And if you look at the title of the slide, there is a term called SUSA, Suspected Unexpected Serious Adverse Drug Reaction. Now, this is something which all sponsors, all pharmaceutical companies who are into drug development are very much afraid of. So you are doing a trial, you encounter a SUSAR, let's say hepatotoxicity in one center. Fine, you become cautious. Then another site reports another incidence of hepatotoxicity. And by law, you have to share all these assay reports with all the other centers. So 2 reports, 3 reports, the alarm bells start ringing. And if more than that, then the sponsor would be in a fix. And in most instances, the sponsor may decide that there is no point continuing with the development of the drug further. Because a drug which causes serious hepatotoxicity is unlikely to be regarded as safe, and it may be unapprovable, or worse, it may have to be withdrawn from the market after launch. So remember this term SUSAR in addition to the term SAE. Now, whenever we, one more term and just say, the last categorization of adverse event is about the causal relationship between the event and the drug in question. Now, biologically determining causality is a very difficult issue. We know that in pharmacovigilance, we have different causality assessment criteria. For instance, we have the Naranjo's algorithm, the WHO Uppsala Monitoring Center criteria, by which we try to infer causality, but it is at best an imperfect science, and it is very difficult unless you have a huge number of temporally associated reports to say with certainty that a drug is indeed the main culprit or the sole culprit behind an adverse event. But so far as working definitions are concerned, we need not be 100% sure before we can call a drug related by causality. If there is reasonable suspicion, if there is some biological plausibility that the drug may have led to the event, then we can say that the event is related. But if there is absolutely no such possibility, there is biological plausibility also does not exist. There is no temporal relationship. Okay, no de-challenge, re-challenge positive information, then we can perhaps say that the event in question is unrelated to the drug. So in the context of clinical trials in India as well as in other countries, whenever an SAE is encountered, then that SAE must be reported. And the reporting elements are fixed. In India, the first such, I might say the schedule or pro forma for reporting was provided by Appendix 11 of Schedule Y. Now, the earlier Schedule Y has now been repealed and things have been incorporated into the new drugs and clinical trial rule. So there are certain set criteria or set information which have to be reported. And how do we pick up essays? We don't need to do anything special. We have to stick to the study protocol. ensure that all the protocol specified tests or biomarkers, whatever they are being followed up properly, and patients are being followed up properly. They are coming at the scheduled visits. We need to be vigilant. We don't need to do something extra special. And if, despite all our precautions, SAEs do occur, then we have to report them in the specific format. Now, in India, over time, a lot of important changes occur. And one of the most important changes was introduction of Rule 122 DAB in our drugs and cosmetic rules of 1945. So this was the first time that a compensation clause was incorporated in law, and which said that in the event of clinical trial related death or other types of injury, then the participant is entitled to some compensation. Of course, these have now been incorporated into our new drugs and clinical trial rules. And I'm not going into reading out the lines on the slide, but suffice it to say that the participant is entitled to two types of compensation. One is compensation for medical management of the events which ultimately led to the death, or the medical management if the patient did not die. And this compensation will have to be paid at actuals. Whatever the patients or their family members, whatever expenses they incurred, these have to be reimbursed at actuals. The second part of the compensation which is available to the participant by virtue of the fact that he or she participated in the study, regardless of how long the participation was or in what arm of the study the participant was, or what kind of initial health condition the participant had, they are entitled to the compensation if it can be established that the event in question is related to the suspected drug. If this relatedness is not there, then the participant is not eligible for the second part of the compensation. Now, the compensation money comes from the sponsor, and to ensure that the sponsor has enough money to pay the compensation, Indian law now says that all sponsored clinical trials must incorporate an element of insurance to pay compensation for medical trial related injury or death. And in case of failure to provide medical management or the cost of medical management or compensation, the regulatory body has the power to cancel that particular clinical trial or to suspend the trial or even restrict the sponsor from conducting future clinical trials. So in our regulatory level, we had a number of new drug advisory committees addressed to different therapeutic areas. Now, the names of these committees have been changed, and they're now called subject expert committees. They are made up of experts already present in the regulatory body, as well as experts invited from medical and research institutions all across the country. So they advise on the acceptability of new drug applications, and also the added responsibility is to opine on the relatedness and the eligibility for compensation in case of SA. So all SAs in all kinds of clinical trials, never mind whether it is a phase 1 study or phase 4 study, whether it is being conducted by a large multinational company or a small agency, all SAs need to be reported to the regulator, and the regulator will channel it to the appropriate subject expert committee for further review. Okay, so instead of going through this slide, let me summarize the whole scenario in terms of this flowchart. So in India, it is said that whenever an SAE occurs, within 24 hours of occurrence, the principal investigator, the PI, must report this SAE. Where will they report? They will report to the sponsor, they will report to the institutional ethics committee, and they will report to the regulatory authority, that is our Drugs Controller General of India. So this must be within 24 hours of occurrence. If the PI gets to know of the event later, when 24 hours has already elapsed, then within 24 hours of PI getting to know of the event, the initial report has to be there. And this initial report has to be followed up by a more detailed report within 14 calendar days after further analysis and after adding some more information. Remember, these are calendar days. Okay. It doesn't matter whether we have weekends in between or public holidays in between. The sponsor and the investigator will frame a joint report, a more detailed report than the initial report, and then they will submit the report. They will submit it to the head of the site, head of the institution. They will submit it to the regulator, and the regulator will pass it on to the chairperson of the subject expert committee, and they will also report to the institutional ethics committee chairperson. Now, the ethics committee, once it receives the report, it receives two reports, the initial report as well as the more detailed follow-up report within 14 days, has 30 days, 30 calendar days to analyze and give its opinion regarding the event. Now, there are certain set criteria on which that opinion has to be expressed. For instance, the ethics committee has to opine whether informed consent was duly taken, whether appropriate medical management was provided and there was no medical negligence involved, what was the subject's general health condition or state at the time of recruitment in the study, whether the subject was followed up as per protocol or whether protocol violations occurred, and finally, and most important, what the ethics committee feel, whether there is a relatedness between the drug and the event. Now, at the regulator level, the opinion of the ethics committee is given considerable importance. And if the ethics committee says that the event is related, it is very unlikely that the subject expert committee or the Drugs Controller General of India would overrule this conclusion. Now, once the ethics committee's report is submitted, the regulator has 90 days to interact with the subject expert committee and give its order for compensation, if that is applicable. Remember, the compensation for medical management is always there. The second part of the compensation depends upon the relatedness of the event. And once that order is passed, the sponsor or the applicant for the drug, they have 30 days to execute that compensation order and pay the compensation to either the patient or their family members. Now, since the identity of the patient and the family members are confidential, everything has to be routed through the PI. So earlier, one of the responsibilities given to the ethics committee was to calculate the quantum of this compensation. But this is a difficult process. Unfortunately, this problem has been solved. The government has decided a formula based upon the Workmen's Compensation Act, and which is now provided in 7th schedule of the New Drugs and Clinical Trial Rules of 2019. So the largest amount of compensation is available for death, and for other kinds of clinical trial related injury, there are different slabs or bands of compensation. So remember that if you are conducting a clinical trial, patient safety and monitoring of adverse drug events is both your scientific and ethical responsibility. You have to be vigilant. You don't have to do anything special. You have to follow the protocol and be vigilant so that you are able to detect and report adverse drug reactions. And if these are serious adverse events, then you have to follow the reporting procedures and timelines as provided in the guidelines and the law of the land. So, dear friends, this is all from me today, and I'm sure that there would be questions on safety reporting and safety monitoring in clinical trials, but maybe that can be taken up during the panel discussion. So thank you from my side for the moment. I'll stop sharing and it's over to Dr. Shambhu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for this very simple explanation of this very critical topic. And I think we will take questions on this subject at the time of panel discussion. So as we are running short of time, may I now invite Professor Shondha Selvarajan, Madam. So I hope Madam is there, and may I request the team Clarnet to please share her slides. Can you hear us, Clarnet team?
Yes, sir. It's already shared. Is it visible?
Oh, yes, yes. Okay, thank
Okay.
you. So, Professor Shondha Selvarajan, Madam, currently head at the Department of Clinical Pharmacology at Chiefmar, Pondicherry. Madam will tell us about data integrity, the importance of monitoring in clinical trials. So, over to Madam. Madam, this stage is yours.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr.
Please.
Sambo. Can I project the slide from my side so that it will be easy for me to?
No, ma'am, as it is sharing
Okay. Okay.
shared by me. So kindly tell me next when I have to
Oh,
change
okay,
the
fine.
slides.
Sure,
Okay.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
And also at the same time, I request all the other who are present, please mute yourself. Apart from our respected speaker, I am requesting all to please mute yourself. And also Team Clarnet, can you please do the justice? Apart from the faculty
Yes,
who is
sure.
speaking, mute others.
Yeah. So first of all, a very good evening to everyone, the organizers, Nandini Kumar Madam there, all the participants, Dr. Shambho. Thank the Physician Research Foundation and the API West Bengal branch for giving me this opportunity. So for the next 30 minutes, I'll be discussing on data integrity and monitoring and clinical trials. So just for the better connectivity, I will just switch off my video as I present. And again, I will switch on my video once my topic is over. So coming to the overview of my topic, on data integrity, monitoring, audit, quality assurance, and giving a summary of all these things. So moving on to the introduction, if you look at the definition of data, so what is data as per the dictionary definition? Can you just go to the next slide? So data is nothing but a collection of information in the form of facts or numbers which are used for making decision. So this is the definition of data as per the dictionary. So what is a clinical trial data? If you move to the next slide. So clinical trial data is nothing but the information gathered during clinical trial. When we do a study to assess the safety and efficacy of intervention, so many data are collected, ranging from demographic details, medical history, family history, treatment outcomes, other relevant details of the patient. So there is a huge amount of data which is collected in the clinical trial. Can you move to the next slide, please? So what do we do with this data? How do we ensure this data is correct? What should be assessed from it? And how to rely upon the results of this data? So there comes data integrity. So according to ICH E6R3 definition, so data integrity is nothing but it is a tool to find out whether the data which is collected from the clinical trial fulfills the key criteria of ALCOA, which was discussed previously by Dr. Sucheta. That is, whether the data collected is attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, accurate, complete, secure, and reliable. So I will discuss more about this ALCOA in the coming slides. Next, please. So why we need this data integrity? Because this data integrity ensures that the data collected in the clinical trial is appropriate. So the amount of error done is less while collecting the data, and that it provides more credibility for the results of the study. Next slide, please. So let us look at this various steps in data integrity. So data integrity is nothing but taking apt measures for collecting, storing, handling, and analyzing the data. And not only the process of collecting and handling the data, the overall process of supervising whether the data is handled in a proper way is part and parcel of data integrity. So why should we have data integrity? Because data integrity ensures that the data collected is accurate, consistent, and reliable. Next slide, please. Okay, so one of the major principles of data collection is collecting data in the ALCOA format, so that the data collected is reliable. So what is this ALCOA? It is attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, accurate. So let us look at this one by one. So coming to attributable, these things were already explained by Dr. Sucheta, so I'll just move fastly. So what is attributable? Next slide, please. Attributable is attributing to the person who has done that data entry or who has entered the data. For example, in a clinical case record form, in a clinical trial case record form, who has entered the CRF? Is it the PI or the co-investigator or the clinical trial coordinator? So we should know who has entered this data. Similarly, in the consent document, who has signed the consent document? Is it the PI or the co-investigator? Next slide, please. So attributable refers to the person who has entered the data. Similarly, who has verified and corrected the data if there is any correction. So that is attributable. Next one is legible. So legible, whatever data entered, is it legible? That is whether it is readable and understandable. So having a printed format or a electronic data capture system makes things easy and makes things more legible when you capture the data, making it more readable and understandable. Next one, Alcoa C, that is contemporaneous, which means whether the data is entered in real time. That is, in the informed consent document, the patient and the PI should have signed on the same day when consent was taken. So the date entered should be same. Similarly, when the CRF is entered, when for a particular follow-up visit, when that follow-up was done, entered. So this captures the data in real time. It will be useful in future to verify whether the data was collected on the same day when the particular follow-up visit was supposed to be done. So collecting the data on real time is very essential. Then comes, can you please move on to the, right? Yeah, Alcoa. So original. Again, whether the information given in the CRF is similar to the source document. For example, the inclusion criteria says age is from 18 to 60 years. So how do we know the correct age person is included in the study? So how do we verify the age? So for that, the age will be verified with the Aadhaar, which will be the original document, to cross-verify whether the date of birth and the age of the patient matches. So this is one way of verifying with the original document, the source document, which could be a laboratory report or a ECG. Whatever data entered in the CRF has to match with the source document. So the data entered should be original. Next one, please. And the data entered has to be accurate. For example, the age, again here the age to be given in years, months and days. And the age is entered as 17 years, 11 months, 31 days. How is it important? So this person has come now 18 years. So he or she is an adult. So should we get consent or assent? So that plays a major role. Similarly, if the patient, if this person is 18 years and above will be included in the study, and below 18 years they will not be included in the study. If the inclusion criteria is according to the age, then this person can be either included or excluded according to the inclusion criteria which is stated in the protocol. Similarly, blood pressure. Why this 139, 78 to be important? Can we round up if the BP is systolic blood pressure is 139? Can we round up and write 140? No, because here the blood pressure is 139. And if the inclusion criteria says patients more than 140 systolic blood pressure will be included, then again this person cannot be included. Again, HbA1c 9.1 is the inclusion criteria states diabetic patients between HbA1c 7 to 9 will be included. Again, here it is 9.1, we cannot include. So all the data entered in the case record form should be accurate and it should be similar to that given in the original document. So this is Alcoa. Can we move on to the next one, please? In addition to Alcoa, all the data entered, in case if we have done some mistakes, it's okay. It is human to make mistakes, but then we should not hide it. We have to correct it, leaving a audit trail, leaving scope for audit trail. So two types of corrections are done in this. The first one where the person has hidden what was written for age and has written 66. In the second one, again the person has written wrongly as 64. It has been corrected with a single strike and written. And after making the correction, the person has signed and dated it. So any correction has to be made like the second correction and not like the first correction, where we don't know, where we don't have any clue like what was written in the first place. So the corrections done should be again visible and legible. In case if there is a reason for that, the reason also can be written. Okay, can you move on to the next slide, please? So this helps us to have an audit trail. In addition to ALCOA principle, of late there is one ALCOA plus principle. That is, apart from ALCOA, the data also should be complete, consistent, enduring, and available. So what is this complete? So data has to be complete in case if there is a retest or reanalysis done for a particular patient, that data has to be given. Consistent. It should be consistent with respect to all the records, with respect to the date and time when it was entered, and the data entered in the CRF has to be there. Like there should be a permanent source document for it, or if there is a maintenance of laboratory record or a validated electronic systems, so the data has to be there, so that when someone comes for monitoring or auditing, the data has to be there forever, as long as the study is there or as long as the regulatory requirement. So in addition to ALCOA, now recently the ALCOA plus principle also needs to be followed for maintaining data integrity. Next slide, please. Next one. Okay, so moving on to storage. After data collection, the data has to be stored and handled. Now, where it should be stored? It has to be stored in a secure, confidential, and safe environment with restricted access to the PI and the persons delegated by PI, so that the data not misused, data is not corrupted, or it is changed. Also, it is a good clinical practice to keep each study-related files in separate places instead of mixing the study files. Also, delayed documentation has to be avoided. As I already said, in ALCOA, it has to be contemporaneous. All the data entry should be on time. Delaying will, by delaying, the person may forget to enter certain things, resulting mistakes. And there should be always a backup plan, whether the data is stored in as a soft copy or hard copy. For each, there should be appropriate backup plan so as to retain the data for the required time period. And these data has to be archived for as much time as required as per the regulatory requirement. As per Indian regulatory requirement for Indian trials, it is 5 years, or based on other countries for which this trial is being done, according to their country's requirement, this data has to be archived. Next one. Okay. One more important thing in data integrity is, apart from data collection and storage, the PI has to supervise whether everything is done properly. So how this can be possible? How to ensure that the data is collected properly, entered properly, stored and handled properly? For that, we need to have SOPs. Proper SOPs should be in place for each and every activity of data integrity. That is, from data collection to data entry, data storage, data handling, analysis, reporting. For each and everything, there should be appropriate SOPs, and all the trial staff should be trained with these SOPs. And as much as possible, using a validated electronic data capture systems will help us to reduce the errors in capturing data. And at regular intervals, source data needs to be verified to check whether all the information is entered properly, and maintaining audit trails. So what is this audit trail? Previously also I said audit trail. Next slide, please. So audit trail is nothing but whatever correction or whatever changes are made is traceable. So when we enter a data, if we have entered the data wrongly, if we want to correct it, it can be corrected. But however, the correction should be known. And what was the reason for this correction? Who made this correction? When it was made? everything should be there in the corrected page along with signature, who has done this correction and whether it was verified by the investigator. So all these information should be there for the future people who come for checking these data. So that is called audit trail. Next slide, please. So I think I have already covered audit trail. So we can go to the next one. I have covered this. Can you move to the next slide, please? Okay, so I think there's a lag time from the movement of slide and what I speak. So after the audit trail, how to ensure that all data integrity is done properly, data collection and storage is done properly. Even if the PI supervisors, there should be a mechanism to check whether everything is done properly. So there comes the responsibility of sponsor, which was already covered by one of the speakers who spoke about sponsor responsibility, that is monitoring. So data integrity can be checked by monitoring the trial at regular intervals, and this monitoring is usually done by the sponsor, by the either sponsor representative or the sponsor arranges some of the CROs through whom a monitor can be arranged to monitor the clinical trial. Now, again, there will be some repeatability because most of the things were covered during the sponsor responsibility topic. So what does this monitor do? Can you move to the next slide, please? Next one. Next one. Okay, so the consequences of poor data integrity is like the right safety and well-being of the patients are affected. There is no credibility of the results generated, and hence there is a financial loss to the sponsor or the investigator. So this can be avoided by monitoring. Can we move on to the next slide? Again, this was covered. Can you move on to the next slide, please? Yeah. So the objectives of monitoring is to ensure the trial is done as per the protocol, following the GCP guidelines, SOP as per the IEC approved protocol, and in liaison with the regulatory requirement of the country. So moving to the next slide. As I already said, the clinical trial monitor who monitors the trial is appointed by the sponsor or through CRO. And this monitor is part and parcel of the clinical trial team who knows about the clinical trial protocol, the ICD, SOPs, GCP, and applicable regulations. So whenever such monitors come to the site, they should be given access at the facility to view the documents and monitor the documents. Can you move on to the next slide, please? Yeah. So that the monitoring could be either site-specific or it could be centralized. And even site-specific could be either happening on the site or it could be from remote. So, but having the on-site monitoring will be useful for the monitor to know how the study is done, how the study staff are maintaining GCP compliance, as well as the study trial staff also can learn from the monitor. So usually the sponsor appoints a monitor, discusses with investigator and appoints a date for monitoring. Can you please go on to the next slide? Okay. So these are the various elements of monitoring which the monitor will be reviewing. I will be explaining in the next slides one by one. Can you please go to the next slide, please? So first one is to review the facilities, whether the investigator is qualified enough to conduct the trial, whether the site is having all the facilities and resources to conduct the trial, and whether they can withstand these resources till the whole trial period. So these things will be monitored before starting the trial by the monitor. Next one. Then once the study is started, the monitor will check whether the site is following the protocol, whether they are corresponding with the IEC for each and every amendments or protocol deviations, protocol violations happening, whether they are reporting SAEs on time. Just before me, the speaker said that various time frame for reporting SAEs, whether the time frame is being followed, and whether the site is maintaining delegation responsibility and whether everything is maintained properly. Next one. In addition to protocol compliance, the source data verification will be done, whether the data entered in the CRF is similar to the source from which it is taken, whether Alcoa format is followed, and whether the corrections made are dated and initialed by the trial team, wherever the corrections are made. Again, the source data verification was taken previously, so I will move on to the next slide. Next one, please. And the monitor also will look into the investigational product accountability, whether the drug was kept in the storage conditions which was mentioned in the protocol, and whether it was dispensed as per the protocol, and after the study is over, how the drugs are disposed. So all this information will be taken by the monitor. Next one. And one of the important things which the monitor will go through is the informed consent document, whether the correct version of the ICD was used, whether from the particular patient, from which language they have taken consent, whether all the pages of the informed consent document are in the same language, and the signature, whether it is signed by a patient and investigator, whether it is dated. So these will be monitored. Next one, please. And also the ICD process, how long informed consent was taken, how much time was given to the participant, whether it was a voluntary participation, whether all the queries raised by the participant was answered, if it is done in vulnerable population, if AV recording is done, whether it has followed all the procedures, everything will be monitored. Next one, please. Okay, so once the monitoring is over, the monitor will jot down all the points and he will share the findings with the investigator and the study team. And wherever corrections have to be done or any training needs to be given to the site, that will be given to them. And he will also plan for the next visit when to come for the monitoring. And after going, the monitor will send a monitoring visit report. If there are some queries for the study team, the queries needs to be answered by the study team. And again, they will fix a monitoring visit and again come and do the same procedure. So during this process, the monitor also learns about the site, and the site also learns many things, how to correct their mistakes, how to maintain certain things, how to take consent, how to fill the CRF, everything will be learned. Next one, please. So this is the monitoring process flow. So there will be a pre-monitoring visit to see whether the site and the PI are eligible to do the study. Then during the monitoring visits, whatever mistakes are picked up will be explained to the site team. And then follow-up actions will be suggested to the team. Next one, please. Okay, so there are various tools for monitoring the clinical trial sites and also for documentation like CTMS, electronic data capture system, electronic trial master file, risk-based monitoring tools, audit management software. So these are all used for making the monitors and auditors work easy. So like for example, in electronic data capture system, once the data is entered, it is not possible for the person to alter it. And even if they alter, there is going to be audit trail. What is the reason for that alteration? Everything will be there. So next one, please. So these tools helps us to monitor, audit things in a simple manner. And just because monitoring, for completion's sake, I will also try to tell about Data Safety Monitoring Board, which was again covered previously. So a DSMB is nothing but an independent board constituted by the sponsor to see whether the trial conducted is safe, or to find out whether it is meeting efficacy endpoints. And they will be assessing safety and efficacy at pre-planned intervals, which was decided before the trial itself. Next one, and when we say monitoring, one more monitor is there in clinical trial, that is a medical monitor, who is again appointed by the sponsor, a medical person, and the medical monitor always gives suggestions to the PI, and that person will be clarifying all the medical related doubts in the clinical trial. Next one, please. So, from monitoring, moving on to audit. So, what is the difference between monitoring and audit? So, again, audit is also done to find out whether the trial related activities are recorded, analyzed, and reported as per the protocol, SOPs, GCP, and applicable regulatory requirements. So, what is the difference between this audit and monitoring? Can you move on to the next one? So, audit is done for like quality assurance. Next one, please. For quality assurance and also for taking corrective and preventive actions. It is again, it can be done by the sponsor to make the site face audit from regulatory agencies in future, or it will be done by regulatory agencies.
Hello, ma'am, you are not audible.
Okay. Sorry, I think my net connectivity is lost for a while. Okay, so what are the objectives of audit? It is mainly done to have quality control as well as in identifying the corrective problem areas and improve the quality of the study. Can we move on to the next slide, please? So as I already mentioned, there are two types of audit, routine and forecast. Next one, please. And this audit is again done by auditors. The auditors are qualified in training and experience. Dr. Sujeta was telling she's one of the auditors. So auditors are qualified people and they're very good in picking up the errors done as well as good in advising corrective measures. So any investigator or institution should permit these auditors when they go for auditing the study. Next one, please. So the types of audit includes auditing documents, system, process, vendor, etc. Even the systems, for example, how a particular system, data management system is functioning, how a particular process is functioning, or vendor. For example, if for a clinical trial or if you are getting some supply from outside vendors, how things are procured from them. So audit could be with respect to any of these things. Next one, please. So again, whatever I said in monitoring, audit also will look into the same thing, whether all the documents are used for study purpose is as per the latest version, whether the ethics committee which has given approval is registered with the regulatory authority, whether the renewal is on par with time, and whether the IEC members are trained in GCP. Next one, please. Similarly, the consent document, whether the proper version of consent document was used, whether the patients were given enough time to take a decision, and the consent document, whether it is signed or not by both investigators and the patient or LRA, whether it is dated on the same date. So all these things will be checked in audit also. Can you move on to the next slide, please? So again, audit, they will look into the documents, PRF, ethics related documents, other source documents. Next one, please. And the data storage, drug inventory records, delegation records, the investigational product expiry dates, how it was stored in the pharmacy, in which place. So everything will be audited. Next one, please. Next one. Okay. So in addition to reviewing the records during the audit procedure, they can also interview the staff, clinical trial staff, as well as they can visit the facility to see whether the study is done as per the procedure, whether all the facilities are record are there, whether they are doing the facility as per the methodology given in the protocol. And next one, please. In response to the audit, the corrective and preventive actions need to be taken. Corrective actions are taken to rectify the problem committed already, and preventive actions are suggested to prevent such potential problem occurring in future. Next one, please. So this type of auditing helps us to assure quality of the study. So we monitor a study, find out the process, if there are any mistakes, identify it, suggest corrective actions, and again do the corrective actions and check whether the study is going as per the protocol and guidelines. The next one, please. So to summarize, data integrity is essential for ensuring the right safety and well-being of the participants, and also to ensure the data collected in the study is credible. So monitoring, auditing, and quality assurance helps us to ensure the data is collected in an appropriate manner. And of late, there are effective tools to help us to capture data and manage data integrity. Next one, please. So while monitoring is done regularly to detect and resolve the issues, auditing is done in a systematic manner, and it could be either by sponsor or from the regulatory authority. And this is it identifies process improvements and helps us to take corrective and preventive actions. So it's always good for a investigator to be always monitoring and audit ready. For that, we need to follow GCP, SOPs, and do the study as per the protocol. So with this, I would like to stop and thank the audience for patient listening. And if possible, I can take question, or else I can take it later. In the interest of time, maybe I can take questions later. Or the questions can be put in the chat box, I can answer.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. And I think I was preparing one question for you, but your last slide had summarized that. And thanks again, because while during the presentation time, maybe due to some technical glitch, that part, the difference between auditor and monitor, that was a little bit missing. We missed that, but wonderfully you had explained. And I think this is one of the very important concepts which we lack. And I think you had done a great job, madam. Thank you once again. I'm requesting you to stay with us during the panel discussion if possible. We'll have more questions. And I think already moderator, Professor Nandini Chatterjee, madam, had joined. But before that, we have a very important session now. And for that, we have Professor Shantanu Kumar Tripathi, sir. So just I had missed to introduce Professor Sandhya Selvarajan in one part, because currently madam is also the honorary treasurer of our national treasurer of ACP, Association of Clinical Pharmacologists. So thank you once again, madam, for giving your valuable insights. And now we have our president of ACP, Association of Clinical Pharmacologists, Professor Shantanu Kumar Tripathi, sir. Shantanu Kumar Tripathi, sir, currently also the principal at the Institute of Jagannath Gupta Institute of Medical Science and Hospital, JIMS Boj. So welcome, sir, in this workshop of good clinical practice. Sir is also the Vice President of FARSI, Forum of Ethics Review Committee of India. So we are really delighted to have Professor Shantanu Kumar Tripathi, sir. And Professor Shantanu Kumar Tripathi, sir, needs no introduction when we talk about research, clinical research and ethics in India. So welcome, sir. May I now request Clarnet team to please share the PPT of Professor Shantanu Kumar Tripathi, sir. Over to Professor Tripathi, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Samazdar, for the kind introduction. And I would request people there to upload my PPT, PowerPoint presentation slides. I have
Yes,
some
sir.
issues with my laptop, so I shared
Already,
that.
sir,
I sent
uploaded,
it.
sir.
Okay.
Already
Yeah,
uploaded.
I find it in my screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this topic today assigned to me is good clinical practice documentation. Along with that, I was also asked to touch upon the audit, and but then I understand that it has been already handled. Dr. Sandhya has already spoke on that audit, monitoring, and inspection, etc. So I'll be brief on that part. Let us talk about documentation, documentation and documents as per the good clinical practice guidelines. So may I have the first slide? Next slide, please. So basically, when you talk of documentation in clinical research practice, documentation is all about the what, how, and why things are done in clinical research, and by whom, when, and where they are done. So what we are doing while we are conducting clinical research, how we are doing that, and why things are done in the manner we are doing, and then who is doing that, when it is done, that is the time, real time, and location, site where it is being done. So all these are relates to documentation as per the good clinical practice guidelines, ICH GCP or WHO GCP. All these GCP documents, GCP guidelines, they guide us about documentation. And one very popular saying that we have to document everything in the ambit of conduct of clinical research. That if it is said that if we have failed to document, which will amount to as if we have not done the thing. But at the same time, there is a caveat also. If there is some indication that something wrong has been done, so even if we have not documented that, people will accept that yes, we have done that wrong thing. So that means we need to document everything. Without that, we cannot claim that we had done very good things. But if a bad thing has happened, that even if we avoid documentation, we cannot avoid that. That will be otherwise caught by the monitor, caught by the auditor, caught by the inspector, regulatory inspector. So we should be cautious while we are laying our hands in conduct of clinical trials. Can I have the next, please? So documentation is a cornerstone of good clinical practice. Please change the slide. It's very important. Anything not documented means not done. So we must be careful about whatever we are doing. We must document, and we must document it in real time. And while documenting, we have to also ensure who is documenting this. So that also needs to be signed and dated, okay, and stamped. Next, please. Next slide, please. Go to the next slide. Yes. So documentation in clinical research refers to two things broadly. One, essential tools, that is written instructions about what to do, when to do, etc. And then the precise process, that is recording in writing. Whatever we are doing, we have to record that in writing. Okay. So one, the essential tools, that is written instructions of how to be done, how it is to be done. So that actually refers to the documents. Those documents are guiding documents. Those documents actually guide us how we are going to do things. And then while we are doing things, we have also to record them. So both of them has to be in writing. So the documents that guide us for doing things in the right manner, and the documents that we create while we are doing things. So that also we are, that second thing is called the process. The tools are what and how to do it, which include the tools include the protocol, study protocol, the investigator's brochure, the case record form or case report form, the informed consent documents, the clinical trial agreements, etc. There are different kinds of documents that actually help us in conduct of clinical trial, facilitate the conduct of clinical trial. On the other hand, when you talk of the process, it is how it's done, that is what, when, and by whom. So that relates to the process. That is actually the act of documenting things. Good documentation is the cornerstone of clinical research, and it ensures quality, transparency, accuracy, and compliance of the ICH GCP guidelines and applicable regulatory standards. So whatever we document, we actually, while a good documentation practice will ensure quality of conduct of clinical trial, it will help in maintaining transparency. It will also facilitate generating credible data and accurate data, and the study outcomes will also be accurate. It also would guide us to comply with whether we are actually complying with the ICH GCP guidelines or the regulatory mandates. So that also, regulatory standards, that also through documentation we are providing some kind of evidence that we are doing things appropriately. Next, please, next slide. So documentation ensures performance quality. In this case, performance means the conduct of clinical trial, that performance, and data integrity. Lot has been said about data integrity in the last presentation by Dr. Sandhya Selvarajan. And also documentation enables proper data analysis, helps in audit trails and data verification. It also enhances protection of participants' rights and safety, and that actually refers to ethics. So as if we try to recall the definition of good clinical practice, we know that there are two arms. One is credible and reliable data generation, and on the other hand, that is what is called science part. And then at the same time, to see to it that the trial participants, their rights and well-being and safety, that is assured. Okay, they are protected. So in both these two areas, documentation helps. A good documentation practice provides access only to authorized and authenticated individuals, maintains the completeness and consistency of data, and prevents the possibility of data loss or unauthorized disclosure of personal information. So all these are actually catalyzed when we follow a good documentation practice. Please go to the next slide. The next slide. In the next slide, we have spoken about data integrity. Data integrity in clinical research refers to data completeness, data consistency, and data accuracy. And the determinants for data integrity are ALCOA plus, that is actually defined by the US FDA. And when you talk of ALCOA, initially there were 5 attributes or 5 determinants, that is attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, and accurate. These are the 5 criteria for which are decided for data integrity. But then 4 more have come up, and that is the data must be complete, consistent, enduring, and available. The next slide also gives the clarity that what does these different criteria, what do they mean actually. Next slide, please. That ALCOA plus. Next slide. Yes, the ALCOA plus framework, which are the key principles of GCP documentation. When you talk of attributable, we mean actually data and documents should be traceable to a specific individual or source. It can be attributed to a person or a particular source. That is attributability of data. Next, the data which is documented, it has to be documented in a legible manner so that it can be read by next person. Okay, data must be clear and readable. Next comes contemporaneous. That means the data should be recorded in real time. When the data is being generated, immediately it has to be documented. It has to be recorded at the time of observation or at the time of measurement, right then, not at a later point of time. Okay, contemporaneousness. Next is original. The first recording of the data should be preserved or certified copies maintained. So originality of the data. Okay, and last is accurate. Data must be correct and error free. So these are the how the data should be when we are trying to generate data. What should be the quality of the data that has been originally identified and described, that is ALCOA. But later on this ALCOA plus has come up. Next slide please. 4 more criteria has been identified. Next slide. That is complete. Data must be complete, contains all details. Nothing must be deleted or removed from the date of documenting. An audit trail to be maintained. It has to be consistent. Data must be able to prove the correct sequence of events. It should be arranged chronologically, be dated and time stamped on the expected sequence. Data must be enduring. It is accessible long after it has been recorded. So it must be recorded in a manner so that it is not deleble, it is not erasable. Okay, the data, the material used to record that data should be long lasting and durable. And lastly, data must be available when it is needed. That means data should be retrieved when it is needed, even long after the data has been generated and recorded. It should be accessible for review and for inspection whenever needed. And it should be easily retrievable over the lifetime of the record. Okay, there is also finite time how long the data is to be stored. Okay, how long the clinical trial data are to be stored. There is also, in case of ethics committee related documents, they are to be stored for 5 years, and the clinical trial investigator related documents, site related documents, they are to be stored for 15 years. That is the usual practice. Can I go to the next slide? Next slide, please. So this is the summary of ALCOA plus principle. I'm not repeating this for want of time. I can go to the next slide, please. We have already discussed this. Go to the next. So there could be possibility of data integrity breach, which is of course undesirable, but sometimes it can happen. What is that? When do you consider that there has been a breach in the data integrity? It involves violations of one or more principles of ALCOA. So we have talked about the 9 principles, and any of these 9 principles, if it is violated, then we will call there is data integrity breach. Intentional deletion or manipulation of original records is considered to be data integrity breach. Accidental destruction or loss of data is also considered as breach. Uncontrolled documentation is breach, and failure to record data contemporaneity, that is also considered as breach. Now, electronic data recording has come up in recent times, not very recent time, but for the last more than a decade now. So that is a more efficient way to combat common data integrity issues as opposed to the manual data entry or manual data recording. Okay, paper CRFs, instead of paper CRFs, if we use say eCRF, that is case record form, then the chances of breach is much minimized, much less. Can I go to the next slide? Next slide, please. Yes, coming to quality assurance in clinical trials, this is important. It ensures, quality assurance ensures that the study adheres to established rules, regulations, scientific principles, guaranteeing data integrity and consistent protocol application, and involving systematic activities to maintain high quality in all aspects of the trial, from design of the trial, that is protocol design, to reporting of the trial. That is when you have completed with your research, and then you are actually reporting it, whether it is in a conference or whether it is submitted to the regulator or whether it is published in a journal. So that is reporting of research. So in all aspects, in all steps, we need to maintain quality, assure quality. Next, please. And how can you do that? Next, please. Major aspects of quality assurance in clinical trials would include protocol adherence. So whatever protocol we have developed, what we have decided a priori, we will go by that. Okay, that is adhering to the protocol. SOP compliance for conduct of the different, because clinical trial otherwise involves lot many different types of activities. For each activity, we can develop SOPs. And while doing this, in order to maintain uniformity and maintaining the standard, okay, compliance with the standards, SOPs would help us in doing that. And interpersonal variability can be minimized to a great extent by complying with the SOP. So for maintaining quality of data, we should follow the SOPs, which are also designed a priori. So SOP compliance is an important step towards quality assurance. Documentation is also a quality assurance matter. So through documentation only, we can ensure quality of a conduct of a clinical trial. Audits and inspection, which has been already discussed by Dr. Sandhya. So they are also actually strategies towards assuring quality. Risk management, okay, plan. So that also helps in quality assurance in reference to protection of the study participants, and training and competency of all people in the clinical trial conduct team. All CT personnel, clinical trial personnel must be adequately, appropriately trained. Apart from the science of clinical research, they should also be trained to clinical trial management. They should be trained with the good clinical practice guidelines, trained with the ICMR guidelines, trained with the new drugs and clinical trial rules. So all these training, and they should also have hands-on training depending on what particular area of clinical research conduct they would be expected to lay their hands. They are given specific training towards that end. Okay. So all these steps actually, they are very, very key aspects in assuring quality in clinical trials. Next, please. Next slide. Audit and inspection has been already spoken. There is no need to detail further. The basic difference between audit and inspection is the regulatory audit is called inspection, but otherwise audit, when you talk of audit, it is the sponsor's responsibility to ensure data quality and conduct of clinical trial would be of good quality. So that's why they would be, otherwise on behalf of the sponsor, industry sponsor, they would be sending independent auditor who is a trained person how to do it to the site, where and they will come giving prior intimation that they would be coming next week or within another 3 days or so. So they will give sufficient time for the site to prepare itself for the audit, and then they will stay at the site for 1 day or maybe maximum 2 days. And during these 2 days or 3 days, they will try to look into each and every aspect of the trial conduct, whether they have been conducted, okay, in fullest compliance of the protocol, the guidelines, GCP guidelines, the new drugs clinical trial rules, etc., etc. And if there are any discrepancy, error, that can be identified, and then they will say how the site can improve its functioning, how the and they will give a comment on their finding, their observation on the quality of the conduct, what are the areas where serious lapses or serious deviations have happened, etc., etc. Accordingly, they will also provide that corrective action, preventive action list, which has to be responded to by the PI, principal investigator at the site. So audits are actually systematic independent examination of trial related activities and documents to verify data accuracy, completeness, and adherence to protocols, GCP guidelines, regulatory requirements. And audit at the audit at the study site is done on behalf of the sponsor by independent auditors appointed by the sponsor. Regulatory audits, also known as inspection, is done by the regulators in order to check if the study is being conducted in compliance with applicable rules. There are two kinds of audits, which has been again mentioned, routine and for cause, and conducted usually by following a given standard. Can I have the next slide, please? This is about the purpose of audit and inspection. Basically, again, I am not going to detail, particularly focusing towards ensuring data integrity, ensuring protocol adherence, to what extent they have been, the study team have been adherent to the protocol, ensuring GCP compliance, ensuring regulatory requirements and regulatory, whether it has been followed all the regulations, quality assurance to ensure, and identifying the issues where it has gone wrong, where there has been deviation of significance. So they are to be identified, as I have already mentioned. Next, please. Next slide. So these are the key aspects how audit is done. Any audit, they will identify the scope of audit clearly, and the scope defines the areas of audit, which activities, which processes, and time period during which the audit will be undertaken. It is carefully planned. A detailed audit plan is developed outlining the scope, objectives, procedures. Then it is executed on the day when audit is conducted. Finally, it is reported. A comprehensive audit report is prepared, okay, which outlines the findings, observations, recommendations, and then there is follow-up, corrective action, and preventive actions they are taken. Next slide, please. Next slide. How the site can get ready for an audit, impending audit. They need to educate their site staff. They need to document the management of maintaining well-organized and updated clinical trial documents. All the clinical trial documents, they are to manage them properly. Go to the previous slide, please. Go to the previous slide. They need to understand the protocol to ensure that personnel understand the protocol and the scientific details of the trial, identifying responsibilities of the different members of the study team, which team members are responsible for which activity or specific aspects of the study, okay, whether the study team members present on the day of audit, they are otherwise been able to actually address the audit or encounter the audit, keeping in mind what categorical role they were assigned at the beginning of the clinical trial. That is what is called duty delegation. Okay, so the auditor can match that, what activity you had been engaged and what was your originally what duty was delegated to you, whether they are matching. And finally, communication. For good audit, encountering a good audit, one should be also very good in their communication, establishing clear communication channels with the auditor. Next slide, please. Now, coming to the different documents, as I said, the tools that help in conducting clinical trials in the most desired manner. The most important tool probably is the clinical research protocol. A protocol is a document that outlines the study plan and describes the background, rationale, objectives, design, methods, and statistical considerations and organization of a given clinical research project. So it is a blueprint actually. Protocol is a blueprint or a cookbook of the conduct of a proposed study. So once we have, if a protocol has been developed very nicely, appropriately, that helps in that makes the job easier to conduct of the study becomes more easy. What we need to do is to follow this protocol. Protocol also serves as a binding document, and it continues. It ensures the safety of the research subjects and integrity of the data that are collected. These are the two important objects of good clinical practice, as we know. Next, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now, these are the different elements of a research protocol. So, usually regulatory clinical trial protocol is a quite fat document, and there are many sections or chapters in that document, starting with the general information, then the study rationale and background information, then the study objectives, study design, study methods, the other safety considerations of the study participants, follow-up plan, data management and statistical analysis, quality assurance, expected study outcomes, dissemination of results and publication policy, duration of the project, anticipated problems and how to address them, project management, ethical issues, the budget, how to handle that budget, and supplementary support for the project, and collaboration with other researchers or other institutes, curriculum vitae of all investigators, other research activities of investigators, and references. These are briefly the different elements of a research protocol, and it has to be properly, okay. The cover page also gives a clear idea about the ownership, or rather the responsibility of this protocol, who has created this protocol, when was it created, and what is the protocol version, okay, and what was the protocol date, okay, date first when it was developed, and then if it has been revised further, when was it revised, whether it is the version number 1 or 2 or 3, whatever. So all these are to be there in the initial pages, and that itself is another skill. Writing a good clinical trial protocol is a specific skill that one can train himself or herself, and writing a good protocol makes things easier for people who are actually at the site conducting the clinical research. Next, please, next slide. There might be a need for amending the protocol, making modifications in the protocol, even after once it has been already in place, or the study has been initiated, or the protocol has been approved by the regulatory agency, by the ethics committee, local ethics committee. A protocol amendment in the context of research or trials refer to a formal change or modification made to a study protocol after it has been approved, which can impact the conduct of the study and the study outcome, whether the outcome is a desired outcome, desired benefit, or the participant safety. The amendment could be of minor or major nature based on the significance of its consequences. They are called, amendments are called minor or major. Sometimes it is only administrative kind of change which is brought about in the protocol, but because there has been a change, it is called amendment. But that such kind of an administrative change might not have any significant impact on neither the data credibility, data quality, as well as the patient safety or the participant safety. So that's why they are called minor. But then there could be also major amendments. So that can have impact on the data quality as well as on the participant safety. So one should be cautious about that. Now, in this reference, we should also talk about protocol deviation and violation. Protocol deviation is any relatively minor or innocuous departure from the study design or procedures defined in the approved protocol, which may not impact data integrity, participant safety to a considerable extent. That is, they are without significant consequences. On the other hand, if you think of a protocol violation, it is any major or serious unapproved deviation from the study design or procedures that affects subject rights, safety, or the integrity of the data, potentially jeopardizing the study's scientific validity. Obviously, then a major violation, or a major, that is major shift or a protocol violation is to be taken much more seriously. And whether it is particularly the major ones, that is the violation, without review by the ethics committee and the regulator, in fact, they cannot be put into practice. So we have to wait until a nod is received from the regulator or the ethics committee. So like the protocol also, all the amendments are also to be submitted with the ethics committee and also to the regulator. Next, please. Next slide. So some of the examples of protocol violation, like failing to obtain informed consent and going for randomization or going for intervention, enrolling a subject who does not meet inclusion exclusion criteria. So where you have actually gone beyond the specified inclusion exclusion criteria. So in such a situation, one should be very transparent, and sometimes it is done, but then you should also done it very transparently. The sponsor's medical monitor should be also taken into confidence, and there should be documented, okay, directive from the sponsor's medical monitor to go for proceed further when minor modification in the inclusion or exclusion criteria has taken place. But otherwise, broadly speaking, it is better to be discouraged, not to indulge in deviation from the specified inclusion and exclusion criteria. Performing a study procedure which is not described in the protocol, mistakes in dispensing and dosing the investigation and medicinal product, unreported serious adverse event. A serious adverse event has happened, but it has not been reported. It's a serious protocol violation. Intentional fraud or falsification of data are, of course, a major protocol violation of great consequence. Can I have the next slide? Next slide, please. Now coming to another document, and that's important document, investigator's brochure in a clinical trial. As you know that clinical trial happens in phases, phase 1, then phase 2, phase 3. Even when you are doing phase 1, we need to see whether we are sufficiently ready for going for phase 1 study, that is for the first time doing a human study. So whatever experience we have, so far as the investigation product is concerned, relating to its property, relating to its safety profile, relating to its ability to do some benefit, etc. So they are to be collated and given the form of a document, and that's what is called investigator brochure. The investigator brochure only will make the investigator well aware about the molecule that he is handling and putting it into test in the form of a clinical trial. So investigator brochure provides us an opportunity to be familiar with that investigational medicinal product. So it's a comprehensive document, in fact, summarizing all relevant clinical and non-clinical data about an investigational product and intended to provide investigators with the necessary information to conduct clinical trials safely and effectively. So investigator brochure is often referred to in ensuring participant safety and in relatedness assessment of serious adverse events. Next, please, next slide. The next document is a case report form or data collection form. So it is a paper or electronic form specifically used in clinical research and which is meant for documenting the collected data from each participant in real time as per the plan as specified in the protocol. So it is extremely important, case report form. So until a decade back, we were mostly comfortable with the manual CRF, okay, or physical CRF, paper CRF. Now, of course, an era has come when almost all the regulatory clinical trials, they go for electronic CRF, e-CRF. In academic clinical trials, we cannot have that luxury probably most of the time, and we still go for paper CRF. So we should be careful also when using a paper CRF. So kind of caution that we have to exercise. When you are using a pen, you have to see that the ink is not delible, okay, or when you are doing a photocopy, you can get good impression of that, etc. Is to be, and that's why they say that you should write with a black ball pen, and there should not be any attempt to smudge if we have committed an error. So just use a thin line to strike it out and write the whatever correction you have to make, and also put your signature and date it. So that is how the correction has to be made in the CRF, or for that matter, any other document that is used in any other documentation process. In case of clinical trials, both the efficacy that is desired response and safety data, adverse events are documented in the CRF. For capturing the serious adverse event, of course, we have a separate and dedicated form. Separately, we have to document that in a different form. Next, please. SAE form, we call it, serious adverse event form. Next, please. Another document, important document, is clinical trial agreement. It is a legally binding contract between a sponsor, which is mostly a pharmaceutical company, and a research site, whereby the hospital or the university and the investigator, they represent the research site. So this contract outlines the terms and responsibilities for conducting a clinical trial, terms and responsibilities of the different stakeholders, particularly the sponsor, the institution, management, and the investigator. These are the three most common parties or the stakeholders which sign, which come to an agreement in reference to conduct of a clinical trial at a given site. So the agreement will also include the what is the trial, what is its scope, what and where from the funding support coming, how it is coming, how the data will be handled, and who will hold the intellectual property and how it will be managed. So all these are mentioned in the clinical trial agreement. It's also a detailed document. It's more of a legal document. Next slide, please. Coming to the standard operating procedures, these are also important documents in conduct of clinical trials. An SOP is a set of step-by-step instructions for performing a routine activity. SOP should be followed the same way every time to guarantee that the organization remains consistent and in compliance with regulations, guidelines, and standards. The sites, clinical trial sites, are supposed to have site SOPs. The IEC, Institutional Ethics Committee, has its set of SOPs. So people will follow while they are engaged in different activities, they will follow and be guided by the SOPs. Next, please. Next slide. Source documents in clinical trials. This is also an important document that we use in clinical trial conduct. Source documents are actually the original records and data that form the foundation of data collection and documentation, enabling the reconstruction and verification of trials findings. So truly speaking, like say for instance, a laboratory report, that is a source document. So when we are transcribing the information from the laboratory lab report to the CRF, there is a possibility of an error of omission and commission. So in order to check at a later point of time, we should also have access to the source document, that is the laboratory report or an X-ray plate or an X-ray report, okay, imaging report, etc. So that is called source document. The document which acts as a source from where you are transcribing information to the other key document, that is the CRF. Source documents are essential for ensuring data integrity and accuracy, supporting regulatory compliance, and protecting the rights and safety of trial participants. So it's very important. Source document verification is an important activity in monitoring, in audit, and also, of course, while conduct of the clinical trial by the study team, by the PI and the co-PI, etc. Next, please. So these are some of the examples of the source data, whether it is medical records, lab reports, diaries, dispensing logs, ECG printouts, case report forms, and X-ray images, radiological reports. Sometimes, as I said, that these days we use electronic case report form, but at the same time, we actually the convention is, common practice is, there also you initially use a physical form or a paper CRF, and then from that paper CRF you transcribe into electronic CRF, so that the paper CRF remains the source document for all practical purposes, and they are also to be preserved, providing opportunity to the monitor, the auditor, or the inspector that the correctly data has been transcribed in the electronic database. So this is about the some of the common examples of source document. So thank you very much. My job was actually to discuss about documentation and quality assurance, how good documentation practice helps in assuring quality of conduct of clinical trials. So I hope we have touched upon most of the key areas, but this is a huge topic. Given the time constraint, we have just discussed the very basic and the principles. But if there are questions and comments, I will be very happy to address them. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Really, this is a separate workshop topic. I think good documentation practice is a separate workshop topic, and I think you had make it in a 30 minutes talk. So really thankful for your insightful lecture. And now we are at the flag end of our workshop, and for that we have Professor Nandini Chatterjee, madam, with us. Professor Nandini Chatterjee, madam, is the scientific chairperson of API West Bengal branch. And welcome, madam. And currently, madam is professor at the Department of Internal Medicine at IPJMER and SSKM Hospital, Kolkata. Also, madam is the chief editor of Bengal Physician Journal. So, welcome, madam. Along with that, we have our esteemed panelist today. I think I can see Professor Nandini Kumar, madam. Welcome, madam. It is our real privilege to have Professor Nandini Kumar, madam, as we had introduced her. Madam is currently the president of FARSI, Forum of Ethics Review Committee of India. Madam was one of the pioneer in developing this ICMR guideline, what we actually read, what we actually give references. So very welcome, madam, once again. We have with us Dr. Shucheta Banerjee Kurunkar. Already we had introduced madam, and madam had delivered a fantastic lecture about the role of investigators' responsibility. So we'll be happy to have to take your opinion, comment also, madam. Welcome. We have Professor Shantanu Tripathi, sir, Dr. Shantha Selvarajan, madam, and also Professor Abhijit Hajra, sir, who had delivered his talk and we had introduced him also. So welcome, Professor Abhijit Hajra, sir, Dr. Shantha Selvarajan, madam, Dr. Shucheta, madam. So now may I request Professor Nandini Chatterjee, madam, to start the panel discussion, and the questions you can ask and you with your insights. Over to madam.
Thank you very much, Shambhu. It is the enthusiasm of our very dynamic Dr. Shambhu to organize this GCP workshop, which has become mandatory for all scientific people to have an idea about to maintain quality control of carrying out clinical trials. So firstly, when I had a look at the chat box, I see that there are no questions as such. I think people have really been benefited from all the lectures from our esteemed panelists, but still, I would be clearing certain aspects or issues with our esteemed speakers. We have the good fortune of having them all under one roof sort of today. So firstly, I would be coming to Madam Professor Nandini Kumar. Good evening, Madam. So for our listeners, would you like to comment on how the ICMR 2017 guidelines ensure an ethical balance between promoting scientific advancement and protecting vulnerable populations in clinical trials? Your comment, madam.
Well, vulnerability was actually addressed in the earlier guidelines also, first revision in 2000, second revision in 2006. But it was expanded to a great extent, so it became a separate section by itself. And vulnerability is something, you can keep on talking about it. It, of course, is because of lessened capacity to, take a decision due to various circumstances. And when this each section actually had a committee. And this particular section had lots of activists in that group. And there were actually at least 3 A4 size paper full of, type of vulnerabilities, people. So, you can't have it in guidelines just like that. So it was very difficult actually to group them. And while grouping also, there could be overlapping. For example, if age conditions, if you take the elderly at the mercy of their children and the children being at the mercy of their parents, so they can also be in the lower socioeconomic group. So this could be an overlap, which is actually difficult, when you try to classify. And when you are actually on the real ground, you see this overlapping among the participants. So how do you actually evaluate? There was once a question, actually in one of the Kolkata premier institutions, where we had gone for a survey. And it's a cancer institute. And cancer patients are vulnerable anyway. So how do we see, I'll just give you an example of the understanding. For example, same sort of institution in Mumbai, they said that they don't write anything about vulnerability. So when you say that, why don't you actually write anything about that? Your patients are all vulnerable. They said, no, we don't consider it because everybody is vulnerable. So that doesn't mean that you should not comment on that. And for the Kolkata institution, of course, they recognized that. But, how to balance that? Because everybody is vulnerable. So one of the lead surveyors, an international figure, she said that I would consider stage 1 and stage 4 difference. So relativity is the criteria because of which you should actually take your decisions. So that's about vulnerability. I think you mentioned something else. So other clinical trials, you have to be doubly careful about that. But I must say that the regulated clinical trials are better off because you have a good oversight mechanism. And if you don't abide by that, also there are mechanisms to catch you. But this is something very difficult in the academic trials or biomedical and health research because we don't have a proper monitoring mechanism. So that's where
This
we
is the, yes, madam.
suffer.
And this is the reason why regarding, there are very less studies who are really dealing with the geriatric population who are much older. People who are more than 80 years, there are very few studies because there we have to consider all these factors to safeguard the vulnerable population. In that count, to some extent, I feel that science is also sort of suffering because we can't have trials with them. And we actually don't know how they respond to therapies or what is the disease process going on in those groups of patients. So this is actually a doctor's dilemma or the researcher's dilemma, how to balance.
So
Thank you.
earlier, I remember the drug trials,
Yes.
the regulators' drug trials, they used to
Yes.
restrict the age up to 65. Then the
Yes.
question came that what about the elderly, more elderly who are suffering from those types of diseases which affect them? So then this was relaxed, actually. And slowly, many ethics committees I've seen which have taken this into consideration. If it is really for the good of the elderly, they don't go in for that argument that why do you want to take elderly? But then you can't have this, 18 to 80 age group. That is too wide a range. And what sample will you get for analysis? So these are the things actually from the ethics committee point of view we have to see.
Yes, yes. Thank you, madam, for your insight. Now, I'll be coming to Dr. Sucheta, madam. Madam, is she there? Dr. Sucheta?
Yeah, hi, ma'am. Good evening. I'm there
Hello.
actually suffering from some network outage. Yeah, outage because
Okay.
there's a
So
heavy
the
rain
video
blasting
is
in this
off.
place.
Oh, it is
But I can
fine,
hear
madam.
you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, how should researchers ensure true informed consent in populations with low literacy or if they have some language barrier? This is a real problem actually when we are dealing with, we are having studies with rural populations or slum dwellers, and we have consent forms with quite complicated languages or many things are written. So what is, madam, your comment about this? I think we've lost Dr. Sucheta Shambo.
Hi, ma'am. Actually,
Oh,
I got disconnected the moment I switched on the video. Sincere apologies. You were telling something. I'll switch off the video
yeah, I'm
again.
saying that how do we ensure true informed consent in populations who have low literacy or there is a language or cultural barrier? This is a very frequent thing that we encounter when we are having a study population which may be rural or coming from the slums, and the consent forms are quite complicated. What is your comment about that?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. This is a very interesting and very important question because here is the problem of assumption, because a doctor or an investigator might have very less time and may assume that he or she has described the entire scenario of the clinical trial and the participant has understood, but the participant may misconstrue it as a treatment and not as a part of a trial. So it's very important that vernacular language, some flow chart, also taking a read back from them that if I have told you this, what you understood. And I personally feel that recording, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Yeah, I feel here the recording actually plays a role because if I am a participant and today I have agreed to be a part of a clinical trial and I may be not very literate person, tomorrow I might change my plan, and I may go against by saying that the investigator has told something else. So there must be some documentary evidence which is at the level of that person, whether it is tribal, whether it is any kind of challenge, whether it is education or social social factors which might stop person to get a full acquaintance of that. I'll give you an example of myself. I was a clinical trial participant myself, and I now when I studied clinical trial, I realized that I was assumed and I was taken for granted. So even a literate person is also can be a guinea pig syndrome. I still feel that I was a guinea pig in the trial. So even literate person can become, and such can be the case of or people who have literacy or kind of from a different socioeconomic status. They are more difficult to handle. So there must be some kind of assurance, read back, making it simpler, asking from them, recording it in their vernacular languages. There can be many other mechanisms. There is a Nandini ma'am is here, and Nandini ma'am used to always show one book which was called a reading book, and that book was discontinued, but that was a very interesting book where it was in different languages, where you give it to the patients and the patient used to see that and understand the entire process. Some kind of thus mechanisms is required, and it has to be customized depending upon how the situation is. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, it is what you have said is very relevant, that there should be evidence that the patient, that the subject has understood the investigator. So recording and taking feedback, as
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have
I would
said.
like to correct. I would like to correct participant, ma'am, because subject is the word
Okay.
which has which actually, yeah, in medicine we might use, but for clinical trial, I think we should stick to
We
participant
shouldn't.
because
Okay.
participant
So
gives
it will be
an equal, yeah,
participant.
equal right, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So moving on, we have with us Professor Shantanu Tripathi, and sir has always been a great teacher and has cleared our doubts time and again, sir. So I'll come to you for the next question. Sir,
Yeah, I'm there.
so ICMR 2017 mandates that there should be compensation for research-related injury. Now, how does this affect sponsor accountability, and what are the challenges in implementation at a institutional level?
So when you talk of the industry-sponsored regulatory clinical trial,
Yes.
there are not much challenge. In fact, it is very well laid down, and the relatedness assessment of the serious adverse event, that is also to be done as per the rules. The Rule 39 of the New Drugs and Clinical Trial Rules 2019. So that guides us to decide the relatedness. And once it is found to be related, then the injured person is entitled to compensation. And the sponsor has already indemnified the investigator as well as the institution. And the sponsor usually goes for an arrangement for insurance, whereby the insurance company would be making the payment. Okay. And then it is very straightforward, and the amount of the payment or amount of the compensation is also decided by the formula. If it is death, there is one formula. If it is non-death serious adverse event, there are other formulae. So it is well structured. Only problem area in case of regulatory clinical trials is medical management, cost of medical management. So until unless the relatedness assessment is done at the point of time when any serious adverse event has been encountered and has been reported, it becomes the responsibility of the PI and the study team to ensure that the person, injured person, receives medical management without any out-of-pocket expense on his or her part. But the usual practice is the industry wants it to be reimbursed. But I personally feel in Indian context, this reimbursement clause is anti-patient or anti-participant. Okay, if a poor trial participant who is participating, if you ask him that you spend from your pocket and I am going to reimburse,
and I'll reimburse later, that is not feasible.
it's not. It doesn't work really. So, and it is here where there is this is a weak point. Okay, in thing, and I think the investigator should be conscious about this. An investigator, before the study starts, trial starts, investigator should negotiate with the sponsor and get some kind of seed money. Okay, so and that, from that the investigator can make the payment, and later on that can be adjusted. If it is found it is not related, then from that point it becomes the responsibility of the study participant to take care of the expense, etc. Now problem lies in case of investigator initiated trials. Okay, where it's not clear who is going to pay the compensation, because our academic clinical trials, the investigator doesn't have a long pocket, so that from there they would be paying the compensation. The Ranjit Roy Chaudhary committee long back had suggested that there should be a corpus fund which can be created by the institution, local institution where the trial is conducted, or the university, or the local government, or the central government, or the funding agency, etc. But then that has not happened. In reality, it is again a weak area, as a result of which the academic trials are either not happening or happening in a veiled manner. Actually, people are doing trials, but they are posing as if they are doing observational studies, which is very, very wrong. But recently, only recently, for the last 1 year, the matter has been taken in the right spirit, and ICMR is developing a guideline. Okay, although in earlier guideline, also 2017 guideline, there was a mention that there cannot be any double standard in academic trial also. The participant, if he is injured and if it is related SAE, then he is entitled. But then now probably a more clearer guideline on these issues are going to come maybe in another few months or so. Let's wait until then. But then at the same time, things are changing very slowly though. Like ICMR has now always encouraged that ICMR funded projects, if it involves a clinical trial, while we are planning it, we should also in the budget, we should keep a component of compensation. Okay, and then you have the money with you, then you can go ahead. And we remember during the COVID time also, our experience has been that we could get some compensation support from the government of West Bengal also. And at least personally, I conducted one trial where we could get the money from the government, which we had paid the insurance company. Okay, so it's not impossible if one tries. So this is an area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for clearing out this issue about how we should be responsible and accountable for research-related injury. Now, we would come to Professor Sandhya Selvarajan, madam.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes. So, we would like to know, given the central role of the ethics committees in trial approval and monitoring, how effective are the current measures to ensure their independence and transparency as per ICMR 2017?
Yeah, that's a good question. So ICMR has given guidelines for having a common ethics committee for multicentric trials and how this ethics committee can give suggestions, but still keeping options for giving options for the other site-specific ethics committee to give their suggestions, and the site has to go as per the site-specific ethics committee's suggestions. Though this is in existence, at least from my side, from our institute side, so far I haven't come across any study where there is a central ethics committee following central ethics committee's approval. The study has been the study has come to the local ethics committee. I have not come across such a thing. So multicentric studies with all the sites ethics committee approval, it is happening. I'm not sure of the studies. There may be some studies which I am not aware of where with central ethics committee approval and it is coming to the local site ethics committees. However, with respect to homeopathy, there is such things are happening. There is a central ethics committee which is giving approval. With that approval, it comes to the local ethics committee. Though they are also accepting local ethics committee's suggestion, but most of the things they would have reviewed, and the work is less for the local ethics committees to comment on. But as far as our modern medicine studies are concerned, I have not come across such a thing. So I am unable to comment on it. Maybe like if Shantanu sir or if Nandini madam is experienced with respect to this, they can add to this.
Sir, would you like to add to what madam has said?
Yeah, she is very right.
And Nandini ma'am is also there. I'll be also asking her regarding this. Okay, sir.
This concept of central ethics committee really had come up when particularly it was felt by ICMR, because many of the multi-center projects of ICMR that suffered because the local ethics committee were taking a lot of time, okay, in providing their approval, etc. So this thought came that whether the primary center which conceived the idea and developed the protocol and got it approved by at his center, whether that can be taken as a kind of catalyst, okay, for facilitating approval by the local ethics committees. So that's how things are now moving, that until unless there is a very serious issue that the local ethics committee is not going to otherwise not approve or delay the approval or asking for relatively minor things, etc. So that is basically to facilitate the early initiation of the study of a multicentric study, which is otherwise supported by ICMR. Apart from that, there is also at the headquarters, ICMR headquarters, there is ethics committee. But most of the time, that ethics committee has only a initial consideration about the ethical issues and thereby guiding how the protocol can be further refined, etc. So that still is existing. That has actually helped to a great extent during the COVID time, wherein the many such multi-center studies were conducted, and the Central Ethics Committee, so-called Central Ethics Committee in the ICMR headquarters, that also helped. But then the general spirit is not to dilute the importance of the local ethics committees or the institution ethics committees. So they have their freedom to consider local issues. Many a times, local issues are many a times important, and that has to be also given proper consideration. That's it. Thank you.
Madam, Nandini, madam, would you also
Yeah,
like to
actually, I was the secretariat, ICMR secretariat person for the Central Ethics Committee on Human Research at ICMR headquarters. It was not dealing with multicentric trials as such, but if there was any issues arising out of that of national importance, or there was some policy matter involved, then only those proposals were actually reviewed by that. But then later, when COVID came, then, it was reconstituted to see all COVID proposals in the country. So, the nature changed. And then I understand that ICMR headquarters proposals also were seen by this Central Ethics Committee. When it comes to drug trials, actually, what was given in the ICMR guidelines was for low risk, multicentric trial with low risk, only those would be taken up. But in 2020, the guidelines opened it up for, more risky area like COVID. So it was not low risk anymore. So it was more risk. But still that philosophy persists. And what, as Sandhya had mentioned, in the traditional system, in Ayush institutions, I think this is taken up more seriously. And I myself have conducted a study where, not conducted a study, I have chaired the ethics committee, which was actually the designated. What we say is there are 10 centers. One ethics committee is chosen as the designated ethics committee. And this ethics committee has to take input from all the site ethics committees and, finalize the master protocol. And this would be followed by the site ethics committee without losing their responsibilities or their jurisdiction. Either they pass it through expedited review or they just accept it as such. That was the philosophy, and I followed that. For the Ayush proposal, we had other centers. So our center was designated probably because I was chairing the committee, and we had the chairperson and the member secretary of the site ethics committee. And we said that if other members also can attend, well and good. And their inputs were taken, the protocol was finalized, and then this protocol went to the sites for them to follow up about their role, about, managing the site activity.
Okay, thank you, madam. So Obijit sir is also with us, Professor Obijit Hajra. Professor sir is here. Yes. So another aspect that was dealt with today was community engagement. And here we would like to ask, to what extent do the guidelines promote meaningful community engagement and ensure that research offers tangible social value to its participants and their communities? Sir, your comment.
You've asked me a difficult question because whatever studies I personally have been involved in or what I have been overseeing, mostly these have been hospital-based studies rather than community-based studies. But nevertheless, from whatever little experience I can have, we say that community engagement is very important in certain kinds of studies. Vaccine studies come to my mind at this stage. And also some, not necessarily drug-related studies, but some, say, nutritional intervention-related studies. These have usually to be carried out in a community setting. Now, working in the community is quite a bit different from working in hospitals. Firstly, investigators have to go out to the field and make contact with participants within their community. So there are issues of vulnerability, there are issues of language and cultural barriers, there are issues of community leaders. Usually in closely knit communities, for instance, in certain rural communities or certain tribal communities, what I gather from researchers who have worked with these in these settings, that engaging the community leadership is very much important, taking them into confidence and through their mode, through their help, approaching individual potential participants. So often they have to engage in initial, say, meetings, group meetings or camps to discuss these situations. And I also think this is very important if you look at from the participants' perspective. So they are encountering researchers who may be coming from institutions which may be in cities in which they have no contact with these institutions and such. Then they are proposing certain interventions or certain observations to which again they may be being exposed for the first time. So in these studies, number one, community engagement, either directly with the participants or through community leaders, is very, very important. And respecting community sensitivities, community cultural norms, even the times of visits are important. So what I gather from some of my colleagues who have worked with, say, rural population, if you go in the normal working hours, in the mornings, for instance, you'll find that it's very difficult to get the participants because they're out working in the fields or whatever their occupational settings are. So you have to time your visits according to their convenience. In hospital, it is the opposite. You ask them to come as per your convenient date and time. Here it has to be opposite. So you have to take into account these things there. So time of day, the dates, you have to avoid local festivals, ritual dates, etc. All those things are there. Again, the way to work around these difficulties is to engage with community leaders or some of the senior members of the communities, take them into confidence, and that way you can get your studies done. Regarding adverse effects of interventions at the community level, fortunately, most studies which go out in the community, they are not doing very critical interventions. So you won't find, let's say, anti-cancer drugs or immunosuppressant drugs being tried out at the community level. Maybe this would be studies related to vaccines, studies related to hematinics, which are getting done at the community level. So I can't say that I'm experienced about managing adverse effects and serious adverse effects at the community level, but the same pharmacovigilance mechanisms, the same monitoring mechanisms would apply in whatever setting you're working.
Yes, sir has touched upon a very significant thing about working in the communities. And first thing that we have also seen when we were not randomized trials, but we were actually currently carrying out an observational study, a surveillance in the community. And it is very important for the people to feel that this study is going to help them in some way. It would benefit them in some way. Otherwise, the people who are going out may face some adverse behavior from the families or community as such. So
that's
this
exactly
is a very
the point.
fine
You have
balance.
to make them feel that it is their study rather than it is your study.
Yes, rather than our scientific endeavor.
Yes. And that doesn't
Yes,
happen on the first day. You'll have to go out and reach them on
go
multiple
on.
occasions
Yes, it
before you get
requires patience and time and lot of involvement on the part of the investigator as well. So thank you, sir, for your comment. And now we have really come to nearly the end of our discussion, and I will again come back to Professor Nandini Kumar. Madam. Madam. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, madam. When we are on the issue of benefits, which are the result of all these endeavors. So ICMR 2017 highlights the post-trial access to interventions and how realistic is this expectation in trials sponsored by private entities, and what mechanisms can be adopted to ensure a fair benefit sharing?
Very important question. You know, we had been writing this in the 2000 guideline, 2006 guideline, 2017 guidelines. By 2017, it became more and more important because when it was discussed in ethics committee, many times, you know, they used to have a frown on their face. Now, how do we solve this? Let us just skip it. That sort of attitude, no? But then when in 2019, the NDCT rule came and it became mandatory to observe this post-trial access, then some more seriousness has come. I always tell people that benefit doesn't mean that it has to be money, you know, it can be in kind. For example, you have a diagnostic kit which has come out. It has a commercial value and all those things. What are these participants who are going to gain from that? So they should be given something. So you need not give them money. Now, if it is genetic testing or pharmacogenomics, it's not the individual, it's the family which is affected. You can say that the family members of this person coming to this institution will get a free testing done. Something of that sort, you know, I mean, you can always create a policy which will benefit them. So each circumstance is different. So you can actually devise that accordingly. And we used to even argue for the drug trials where stents were being used. You know, always these sponsors, you know, they will come under the guise of observational study. And then why should the person actually pay 5 lakhs or something like that for their observational study? They have a market value and they are going to benefit. Shouldn't they give it back? So either it was refusal or the sponsor will come back saying that, okay, we will give for 2 lakhs because otherwise it's not feasible. Like that, you know, so you have to negotiate actually. And if they don't listen, don't approve the trial, just reject it.
Yes, ma'am,
But
this
at
was a
academic,
very...
I do understand at the academic level, it is rather difficult because institution will have to take a stand. And there also we can make out some policy, you know, like I said, free testing for the family when they come to the institution, something like that.
Yes, madam, very wisely commented. Here is one question, though not related to this question. Dr. Anjali Bandopadhyay, she asks that how the fund is to be transferred from ICMR to sites in multi-centric trials, whether it is in personal account of PI or office account of the site. So, madam, would you like to answer this?
It will not go as a personal account anyway.
Yes.
Because you have to give a statement of account and things like that. So it will go through office only. Some institutions have research cells dealing with only that, like AIMS and all that. So go there. I mean, it depends on the policy of the institution. It goes to the administration from where it gets released.
Thank you, ma'am. There was another question by Dr. Orko. However, I think Dr. Tripathi, sir, somebody has answered it. I think Dr. Sricheta has already answered it. So, Shambho, I think, are there any more questions? I don't see in the chat box.
So, no, madam. I don't think
there are no questions. So in that case, I think
No,
I
let
will.
me
Okay,
come
sir.
in and leave the whole event with a question. Let the participants also put their head into it. When you talk of benefit sharing, whose
Yes.
benefit you are actually referring to? Do you actually mean the participants' benefit? Okay, or benefit sharing in terms of the community where the trial is being conducted?
Yes.
Okay. Truly speaking, for a participant, there
It
is
means
hardly.
both. It means
Yeah.
both, actually.
Yes.
No, when you talk of
Participants need not be
right,
those who are coming to the institution. They can also be community, public
yeah,
health research,
right,
for example.
and truly speaking, when you talk of direct benefit, that means if I am participating in a clinical trial, okay, as a participant, it's the benefit of the participant is not the prime objective of the trial. So it is while the participant is always at risk, there might be uncertainty of the intervention. Okay, the intervention might not act. Okay, we want to be sure about whether it would act optimally or not. That's why we are conducting the trial. But then risk is there that the patient, the person, the participant can get injured. Okay, can suffer from, can experience adverse events. So while the risk is always there, the benefit is not that much. So whenever we talk of benefit sharing with the participant, mostly it is indirect benefit. But after the trial is over, we actually, when we say benefit sharing, we talk about sharing of benefit by the community where the trial is happening. Like if you think of the global clinical trials, this is here where the benefit sharing probability is very low. Whether or not the company would be applying for the approval, marketing approval in that country, it is their choice. No regulator can compel any sponsor to get the drug into their market. But then global trials are happening. So that way, it's a difficult concept actually, benefit sharing. And we need to put a lot of thought into it. It's evolving. It is evolving. Benefit sharing concept is evolving for that matter.
Actually, what I would say is there is something called access and benefit sharing, ABS, which has been actually propagated for all those research where you have a potential commercial aspect. Only in those you can talk about that. Then about that, I agree with Dr. Shantanu about the indirect benefit, but not only to the participant, to the society as well. And that's why we write in the under the benefit thing, you may or may not benefit from this, but the future patients or the society may benefit. There also you are putting only the word may, because you are not sure at that point of time whether it will be beneficial or not. But there is direct benefit also, because patients who cannot have MRI or CAT scan or whatever investigation otherwise get that done through the investigation.
Yes.
That is a direct benefit.
Yes. Some benefit is
And
there.
also for genetic testing and all that, the family also may be tested. And that is a free testing for them. Of course, there are many issues in between which you have to tackle, but these all come under direct benefit.
Well, I have a different opinion on that. That if otherwise I cannot afford, okay, and it is because through the clinical trial I am trying to access that. In that case, I am vulnerable actually. So
You are
I am
vulnerable.
yeah.
All patients are vulnerable, actually,
All
from
patients
one
are
angle
vulnerable.
or the other. It's a relativity. Now, for example, a 16-year-old schoolgirl has melanoma, and she needs treatment for that. Just because you say the distributive justice, selection of participants, you cannot take because she has a BPL card with her. People will blame me if I take you. Not like that. She has every right to be included in the trial if she satisfies the inclusion criteria.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, this was a very stimulating discussion from all our esteemed panelists. And I hope that this will be of great benefit to all our listeners, So I hand over to Shambho to come out with the conclusion of this beautiful workshop today.
No, thank you, madam. I think this panel discussion itself become a concluding session for today's GCP workshop, and I'm really thankful to you as a moderator and the wisdom of Professor Nandini Kumar, Professor Shantanu Kumar Tripathi sir, Professor Shucheta Banerjee Kurundkar, and Professor Abhijit Hajra sir, along with Professor Shantha Selvarajan madam. All had given their opinion, and I think those comments are really important for all of us who are interested in doing clinical research. So thank you once again, all the respected panelists who were there and our faculties. I am requesting all the delegates. I hope you all had submitted the post-test question answers. So again, I am requesting within another 5 minutes, please submit those. And because those post-test submission is absolute necessary for the certification also. So with that, may I invite Professor Nandini Kumar madam, because you are one of the most senior person today, and you were there with us from since afternoon, and your take-home message for our delegates and for us, madam.
My pleasure.
So if you have any comment, madam, for our delegates.
Actually, I mean, all the talks were very stimulating. I would like to hear that once again, because learning curve is always there, you know, throughout your life. It's never that you know everything, every angle. So it was very useful for me also. So I can understand that participants would have actually must have definitely benefited from all the talks. I mean, various, and I liked Dr. Pradeep's presentation very much. So clear, such a clarity, and just those points, you know, we just get into your mind just like that. Very good presentation.
Yeah.
And the others, of course, Sucheta's colorful presentation, and the others, matter of fact, simple presentations, your presentation, all presentations were good.
Thank you, madam. It is really inspiring for us, because we consider you as one of the textbook of ethics in India. So really thankful to you, madam, for being with us. Any final comment from Professor Shantanu Tripathi sir?
Yeah, I missed out the initial other sessions, but I am sure that you have got them recorded. So if the recorded video can be available, we can go through them. Because I was busy in my routine job, I couldn't be present throughout the sessions. But I'm sure that given the galaxy of experts who were there, and I know each of them, their background and their wisdom. So I'm very sure that all the participants who registered for this event, they must have benefited a lot. It must have been a great learning experience for all of them. Thank you very much, and great to get this opportunity to be with all other resource persons in the last 1 hour. I have been there. Thank you very much. Over.
Thank you, sir. And I think Dr. Shucheta madam also had sent one message that I completely agree. She is the textbook of ethics, Professor Nandini Kumar. And she also had mentioned that Dr. Nandini madam is the reference point to any complex and simple queries related to ethics. So we must admit this, and we are really thankful.
As far as I know, I also have some dark corners where I don't know things.
So may I also ask Professor Shucheta Banerjee, madam, any comment from your side for our delegates?
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, I Dr. Silva, like who I actually personally learn on learn. So such such kind of things should happen more regularly, you know, so that
Yeah.
people get sensitized and have
Okay.
from
I
so
think there is some technical glitch from your side. Couldn't hear you properly. So may I ask now, Professor Shondha Selvarajan, madam, if you are there, please give your final comments to our delegates. Shondha, madam.
Once again, I would like to thank Dr. Shambhu for including me in this workshop. And as Nandini madam was saying, it's always a learning experience. Every time I attend GCP workshops, I learn a new point. And it's a pleasure to see Dr. Sucheta's presentation, the way how she makes GCP related presentation very, very, what to say, fun-filled and easy to understand. So I hope the participants must have benefited from this. And as everybody was saying, I also would like to thank Nandini madam, because most of the things I have learned from Dr. Nandini and Dr. Vasnamuthu Swami madam. So they were the pillars of our ethics committee once upon a time, and like we have learned from them. So I would like to thank Nandini madam also on this occasion. Thank you, Dr. Shambhu.
Member secretaries also. I must say that also.
Thank you, madam. Now, may I ask also Professor Nandini Chatterjee, madam? You are one of the pillar behind us. So can kindly give your
chocolate
Actually, thank you, Shambo. What I would like to really mention is that the Association of Physicians of India, West Bengal chapter, has newly formed a wing, which is the Physicians Research Foundation, just like its headquarters. And our Dr. Shambho Samazdar and Dr. Uttam Kumar Pal, they are the pillars of this Physician Research Foundation. And it is from their enthusiasm that we have been able to conduct this workshop on good clinical practice with this galaxy of esteemed teachers, I should say. And on behalf of API, we would like to thank all of our esteemed panelists and also the delegates whom I'm sure they have benefited and who will be certified after completing this course. And I would also say that Shambho should take up more such endeavors in future under the banner of API PRF, so that research, learning about how to do research becomes more easy for our postgraduate students and members. So thank you, Shambho. And this was a wonderful and very meticulous, well planned and worked out workshop. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you, madam. Just because Nandini madam is there, and I think we have a plan actually under the banner of Forum of Ethics Review Committee of India, FARSI, which is a very esteemed organization who guide different ethics committee across India, and we are planning for a short CMEs focusing on the critical ethical issues. And very soon, I think we will organize under Nandini Kumar madam's guidance one CME, and we may have collaboration with API West Bengal branch also API, so that we will get more physicians with us. So thank you all. So we have to conclude today's meeting. And at the onset, I also want to thank Clarnet for giving us this digital platform and making these events very smoothly. I am assuring all the delegates who are attending that you will get the certificate. Your post-test will be evaluated, and with due course, you will get the certificate definitely. So thank you once again. So pranam to all respected faculties, respected panelists, and our respected delegates. So thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.